Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021 session of the Portland City Council. Keelan, please call the roll.
Morning, Mayor. Rubio.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Hardesty.
Here.
Maps.
Here.
Wheeler.
Here. Under Portland City Code and state law, the City Council is holding this meeting electronically. All members of the council are attending remotely by video and teleconference, and the city has made several avenues available for the public to listen to the audio broadcast of this meeting. The meeting is available to the public on the city's YouTube channel, eGovPDX, www.portlandoregon.gov/video, and channel 30. The public can also provide written testimony to the council by emailing the council clerk at cctestimony@portlandoregon.gov. The council is taking these steps as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the need to limit in-person contact and to promote physical distancing. The pandemic is an emergency that threatens the public health, safety, and welfare, which requires us to meet remotely by electronic communications. Thank you all for your patience, flexibility, and understanding as we manage through this situation to conduct the city's business. And with that, we'll hear from legal counsel on the rules of order and decorum.
Good morning. To participate in council meetings, you may sign up in advance with the council clerk's office for communications to briefly speak about any subject. You may also sign up for public testimony on resolutions or the first readings of ordinances. The published council agenda at portlandoregon.gov/auditor contains information about how and when you may sign up for testimony while the city council is holding electronic meetings. Your testimony should address the matter being considered at the time. When testifying, please state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. Please disclose if you are a lobbyist, and if you are representing an organization, please identify it. The presiding officer determines the length of testimony. Individuals generally have 3 minutes to testify unless otherwise stated. When your time is up, the presiding officer will ask you to conclude. Disruptive conduct such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If there are disruptions, a warning will be given that further disruption may result in the person being placed on hold or ejected from the remainder of the electronic meeting. Please be aware that all council meetings are recorded.
Thank you. And colleagues, just sort of a heads up, strap in. This is going to be a long day. I would expect that the council will be in session in our 2 sessions until 5 p.m. this afternoon. It's my objective to move the morning session along. I'd like us to be adjourned no later than 1 p.m. so that we have a break from 1 to 2. Given that, I may choose at some point to limit public testimony to 2 minutes if we have a lot of people signed up. But we will start with communications. That's 3 minutes each, name for the record. And Keelan, if you could please call the first individual.
115, request of Chris Chorn to address council regarding acoustic harassment and assault. And we heard from Chris that they will not be, they've withdrawn their request. 116, request of William Espel council regarding houselessness and the Peninsula Crossing Trail.
Good morning.
Good morning. 1 second. They're letting me share my screen. I don't want to screw it up. You'll see it for a second, but then might not work. All right, screwed up my time, but I'm going to start. Hi, City Council. My name is Will Mespelt. I live and work managing apartments in North Portland. You may remember me from a few weeks ago, and I've returned in the hopes that the squeaky wheel here will remain in your memories and inspire some action and change. First off, side note, for Mayor Wheeler, I want to offer up my sympathy for the constant harassment you face in public. There's no place for confronting and intimidating anyone on the council in public because of political disagreement. And then also screwing up my time, you'll see the next few people going are from Hazelnut Grove, which is purely coincidence. We didn't coordinate. It just highlights the needs we're facing here in our community. Local policy, including those adopted by this council, have kneecapped the only options for help in our community, specifically North Portland, with the current issues related to houselessness. The cleanup crew had a delayed contract prior to the pandemic. PPD's NRT team was cut for almost the whole year. Street response is not in our area and very limited in scope. Hazelnut Grove, one of the few alternative communities in our area that people support, has been on the chopping block until recent public backlash. The testimony last week for the Grove was compelling and should help this council see the need for these options. These actions are unnatural, being that this is the biggest problem facing the city today. The need is highlighted by recent events. Last week alone here at the PCT, there were 2 fires destroying multiple campgrounds. We had 3 campers lock themselves trespassing on our property into our common areas, and we had to be asked to leave. Last Monday, we had 2 campers that I witnessed steal from residents' patios. And then on Sunday night, I saw a man carrying a rifle through the street into the camp at the PCT. Later learned the same individual that night tried to break into the storage facility by the trail, even after informing PPD. A bit of good news, a few sections of the trail have been posted for cleanup this week, but a recent meeting with city officials a couple weeks ago left all of us disappointed that even if the trail was cleaned by HICRP, that there would be fully expected that the campers would return just as before, simply given fire safety training. This is a Band-Aid solution to a gunshot wound problem, and what is needed remains alternative housing options. You'll see the poster here, I think. I've made this in jest, but at the same time, I am dead serious. I know the city has plenty of experts, studies, and data on the #1 problem we have in this city. We've seen countless plans over the years, but for those of us in the community, it seems that no one is ready to do the dirty work. So my offer is this: let me do it. I am highly motivated because I genuinely care about people, no matter who they are. I will help find places for people to stay. I will be the bad guy at the neighborhood meetings and on Zoom, taking flack from residents. I don't care if people don't like me or yell at me. I have no public persona to tarnish. I also have no interest in infighting because we're all on the same team. You can take the credit for everything. You may think of this as something put by a silly fool, but is it really foolish to want to see something done? Thanks.
Will, thank you. And I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness. And as all of us from this dais have said, we're not going to solve this problem alone. It's too big. And so we do need people like you. We need leaders like you. Work with us, help us find some of those alternative locations. We've got lots of good people out there who are currently working with the council and working with our other jurisdictional partners. You've offered this in the spirit of cooperation and collaboration because you love the city, and I respect that. And we hope you'll stay in touch. Let us know how things are going. Next individual, please, Keelan.
117, request of Margaret Zabrowski to address council regarding Hazelnut Grove Tiny Cabin Village.
Good morning, Margaret.
Good morning. I'm Peggy Zabrowski in public.
Okay, thank you.
The legal name. Okay. Howdy, guys. I'm a resident of the Overlook neighborhood for some 15 years. I retired from the Multnomah County Health Department as a PA about 5 years ago. Since then, I've spent a lot of time down with the folks at Hazelnut Grove. And today I wanted to do a follow-up to the decision by Mayor Wheeler and Dan Ryan, and let you know what Hazelnut's only neighbor, house neighbor, who can actually see the village, has to say about what their impressions of the village have been. I'm reading a letter then to you by Charles Shavigny. My name is Charles Shavigny, and I own the property to the north of Hazelnut Grove at 3265 North Interstate. Through mass media, I learned that Hazelnut Grove was being decommissioned, and the residents of the Grove offered housing in a new low-income development in St. John's. I've been trying for some time to contact Sarah Fee Allen, who was referred to me by a general city contact number as the liaison with the city concerning Hazelnut Grove, inquiring about the future of the property. After repeated attempts, 3 calls and 3 emails, there was no response from Ms. Allen. As I was at the gate of my property, I was approached by Barbara Weber, who informed me she was still living at the Grove, along with multiple residents who are not, for various reasons, willing to move to St. John's. She's heading an action to keep the Grove as a domicile for low-income residents and was meeting with you on 2/23/21 to discuss approaches to achieve this result. She asked me to write this letter and to support her action to continue living at the Grove and make this domicile permanent. My family has owned our property since 1979. Below it has always been a place where camping and homelessness happened without any direction or permission. Fires, garbage, drug abuse, etc. were commonplace with no interdiction from police or the fire department. Ever since Hazelnut Grove was organized, there was an organization that made sure that fires were contained and social structure was maintained. They have been for 5.5 years, clean, quiet, and respectful. They've been more than willing to invite both the city and private citizens to come in and see what and how they were living, making changes to be good neighbors. And they have been exemplary neighbors. My personal opinion is that the city should build a permanent communal bathroom, the sewers on the north border of the camp, so that this would be a perfect place for people of limited means to stabilize, get clean, get a job, and move on if they would like, instead of living hand to mouth on the street and being preyed upon by criminal elements. I think this property is ideal for the purpose. And it looks like I've run out my time. Listen to people like me and Charles who have real knowledge of Hazelnut Grove about what we should do with that property, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Appreciate your testimony. Next individual, please, Keelan 118.
Request of Betty Holiday to address council regarding Hazelnut Grove Tiny Cabin Village.
Hello, good morning. Mayor Wheeler and commissioners, my name is Betty
Morning.
Holiday. I'm a resident of Multnomah County, a member of the Save Hazelnut Grove Steering Committee, and I'm affiliated with the Oregon Poor People's Campaign. Just a brief statement for today. Hazelnut Grove and its community supporters, along with the 7,000 signers of our petition, are happy about the decision we received from the mayor and Commissioner Ryan that Hazelnut Grove will be left intact for the foreseeable future. We've been encouraged to submit an application to be approved as an outdoor shelter and will do so. However, Hazelnut Grove does not readily fit into a category of transitional shelters managed by social service nonprofits, though we've counted up to some 43 folks who have moved on to housing or other communities. What we're requesting of you today is a decision from a united and consistent council that Hazelnut Grove be given a permanent status, which would clearly direct the agencies under your guidance to cooperate in making this visionary community a sanctioned home. Thank you, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, Betty. Appreciate your testimony. Next up, Keelan 119, please.
Request of Barbara Weber to address council regarding keeping Hazelnut Grove as a solution to the housing crisis.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Barbara Weber, and I'm a resident of Hazelnut Grove. And I will also want to repeat what Betty said and thank you for the letter that states that Hazelnut Grove be left intact. And we are rigorously putting together the proposal, the RFQ. Although we really weren't looking for funding, we were looking for permanence. We were looking for that an ordinance to be passed for the Grove to stay where it is intact. It is a vital resource as far as the homeless community in the city of Portland, and has been for some 5.5 years. It's not a perfect place for everybody, but it is a place for people to come and stabilize and get their life back on track. I've been one of those people who've benefited from that greatly. And I want to see this community stay. This community has uplifted me in many ways that, quite honestly, I don't feel social service providers could do, because there's an unbreaking trust of people when you've been through similar circumstances, that there's an understanding that goes. And this community has been established and working together for a very long time. And as you can see, their ideas and the way is now shaping the way that Portland's going to be addressing homelessness. And I think, for just history's sake, that this community has won its permanency, and I think that we should move forward in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. We appreciate your testimony as well. Thanks for being here. Why don't we get to the consent agenda? Keelan, have any items been pulled off of the consent agenda?
We've had no requests.
Please call the roll.
Rubio,
Aye.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Maps,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye, the consent agenda is adopted. And we'll get to the time certain item. Could you please read items number 120 and 121 together?
120, complete periodic sunset review of the Tourism Improvement District, 2% license fee as required by City Code Section 6.05.130, and 121, amend Portland Tourism Improvement District to add tourism and hospitality recovery surcharge and revise the periodic sunset review requirement.
Thank you, colleagues. And you read 121 as well?
Yes, I read both.
Okay. Great, thank you. Colleagues, I'm pleased to introduce this joint effort with Commissioner Maps, who's the city's liaison to Travel Portland. Today, we're going to review the Tourism Improvement District and consider some proposed changes. As we'll hear from Travel Portland, the fees collected through the Tourism Improvement District help fuel dramatic growth in our tourism and hospitality industry since 2012, and will be a key tool to help the industry recover from the devastation of COVID-19. With that, we'll turn it over to Commissioner Maps. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the liaison to Travel Portland, I've learned how important the tourism industry is to our city. Prior to the pandemic, tourism and the hospitality industry accounted for almost 37,000 jobs here in the Portland metro area. Visitors to our city pump nearly $5.6 billion into our local economy every year. And an important part of this spending is, of course, our transient lodging taxes. These taxes go directly into the general fund. Under our normal year, we would expect about $39 million in transient taxes to go into the general funds. Of course, we use the general fund to pay for important services like parks and planning and emergency services. Through my recent conversations with Travel Portland, I've also come to understand how daunting the economic recovery is for this industry. It's clear that the travel and tourism industries are going to need help with recovery. So when Travel Portland and industry leaders came forward with a proposal to increase the Tourism Improvement District fees by 1% to help fill the void left by COVID, I was happy to support it. Here to present the sunset review of the Tourism Improvement District and proposed increases are Carl Lyle, the city's Spectator Venues and Visitors Activity Program Manager, Jeff Miller, President and CEO of Travel Portland, Mike Daly, Chair of the TDI Board and General Manager for the Sheraton Portland Airport Hotel, and Martin Martinez, COO and co-owner of Aurochs Leather Company. Thank you for joining us today, gentlemen, and let me turn it over to Carl now.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Carl Lyle with the Office of Management and Finance. I just have a little bit of legislative background on kind of where this came from. The Tourism Improvement District, often called the TID, came at the request of industry leaders in 2012 and became established as Chapter 6.05 of the Portland City Code. Recognizing the highly cyclic pattern of visitors to Portland, hoteliers proposed this new license fee to fund programs aimed at increasing overnight stays in Portland, particularly in the winter months when bookings typically decreased significantly. The fee was set at 2% of the room rate charged and initially only applied to hotels with 50 rooms or more. The fee was also required to undergo periodic sunset review to assure it was achieving the intended purposes. In 2018, the code was modified to extend the TID fee to short-term rentals that use booking platforms and also to apply it to all hotels regardless of size. Under the existing code, the 2% fee is now due for sunset review, through which council must determine if the fee should be terminated. Two items are being presented jointly today. The first is a resolution that covers the required sunset review under Code Section 6.05130. And based on the successes you will hear about from Jeff Miller and his guests, the resolution concludes that the Tourism Improvement District should not be terminated. The resolution will be voted on today and effective immediately. The second item before you is an ordinance amending Code Chapter 6.05. And if approved, these amendments will eliminate sunset review for the existing 2% fee, implement a 1% surcharge to the TID fee effective July 1st of this year, and create a requirement for sunset review of the new surcharge, the 1%, every 5 years. The ordinance will pass to second reading next week. So notice of today's hearing was sent via postcard to 232 registered hotels, booking platforms, and short-term rental hosts who do not use the platforms. The postcard was mailed to have reached recipients at least 10 days ago, and it provided a website link where full information about the proposal could be reviewed, as well as a link to information on how to testify. And you have received some written testimony, and I think there may be some verbal testimony today. And staff from the Revenue Division are in this meeting as well, I believe, and can respond to any technical questions you might have about how the collection actually works into distribution systems. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff Miller from Travel Portland and his guests for a presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any kind of technical questions after that. Thank you.
Excuse me, could I actually ask a clarifying question before we go into the presentation?
It's fine with me.
Okay, if it's fine with you, it's fine with me. Let's do it, Carl. My question really has to do with the inclusion of very small hotels, 50 and under. I need more information about why we, especially with this economic collapse that the hotel industry is in. I'm just curious as to why we would want to add to the burden of those small hotels by adding an additional 1% surcharge.
So I think two things just briefly, and I do think the presentation from Jeff and others will touch on some of that, and I think there'll be some discussion about that with the testimony as well. But I can tell you that in 2018, my understanding is the reason that the TID was expanded to all hotels, regardless of size, was really a response to the proliferation of Airbnb type short-term rentals. I mean, that has become a huge part of the market, and we're not paying into sort of investing in the tourism system from which they were benefiting. So I believe that was the impetus from the changes in 2018, if that helps. And then I think we should probably come back to that question after you've heard from the presentation, because there's some data and numbers on that in the presentation.
Thank you. That helps a lot. I appreciate it. Paul, thank you.
Terrific. Mayor Wheeler, Commissioner Mapps, we are excited to be here. All the city commissioners, thank you for allowing us to present. I want to thank Carl as our liaison to the Office of Management and Finance. He's been a good partner, and I will say that this is a really good public-private partnership. I have with me today Mike Daly, who is our board chair, but also the area GM and hotel owners representative for the Sheraton, Hampton Inn, and the Loft at the airport, as well as the Canopy in the Pearl District. Also joining me is Martin Martinez, who's the general manager and chief operating officer of Oryx Leather, as Commissioner Mapps said, not only in Old Town, but at their new retail store at 10th and Yamhill. And I would like to share that Martin will be joining the Travel Portland board at our March meeting. He's been a longtime partner and supporter of our work and has testified with me at City Council a few years ago. So he's old hat at this. About Travel Portland. And I'll skip right to our mission. Our job is economic development through tourism. We generate travel impact that creates that economic impact, not only for hotels, but for businesses throughout the city. Our vision is to be a promoter and steward of this evolving city and its progressive values. And what we say oftentimes is you have not been to Portland unless you've met Portlanders. And that's really what the secret sauce of this city is. Our win-win funding model. The 2% fee was imposed by the lodging community. It's paid by the guest. It's supported by the lodging community, which also provides oversight of the TID expenditures. And let me talk about how our board is put together. We have 30 board members, 3 are elected officials, 12 hoteliers, 2 folks from the short-term rental company, and then many others. Geographically, we represent hotels at Jansen Beach, the airport, the East Side, downtown, and the Lloyd District. And also short-term rental hosts are sprinkled throughout the city. And Vacasa, the online company, is also a member of that TID board. From a background standpoint, our total board is very diverse. Black, Indigenous, Native American, Hispanic, Asian American, South Asian, and Middle Eastern are all communities are all represented on our board. And we think that's very important and has caused us to do a better job of promoting everyone throughout the city. The TID was approved in 2012. It's powered our ability to create demand and economic impact. I would tell you we definitely need it in this crisis of post-COVID, and the Sunset Review, of course, is today. As I said, we've had great shared success. The TID boosted visitor spending, which we'll show you throughout the city, new jobs. And what I would like to make sure we do concentrate on is those jobs, because that's our immediate need, is to get people back to work. Every part of the city we'll show has benefited. It's driven a dramatic increase in the city's general fund and certainly supported the city's housing fund through the additional $4 a room night fee on short-term rentals. With that, I'll turn it over to Mike.
Good morning. The TID is not only, as Jeff had mentioned, served its intended purpose, it's become a critical driver of success for our industry to both drive success and stability within our markets. It's not only brought success to our industry, it's also helped, as we've talked about, bringing local jobs, thousands of jobs to our market. It's helped local shopkeepers, merchants, restaurateurs, and it's also driven many millions and millions of dollars of added funding into the city's general fund. So as we talked about this renewal and approaching this, the first thing we did is we reached out to the TID board, which, as Jeff had pointed out, is 12 seats and a very strategically diverse selected group to make sure that we've got not only balanced representation across the entire city, not just the central part of downtown, but also all different types of hotels, large convention hotels to small, drive market hotels as well, to make sure we've got a good balanced representation to get their input. So the first, as we approach the board, the first 2 questions we naturally asked are, did the TID hurt anyone? Did it actually do any harm to anyone's business? And the answer was emphatically no. And then the second question is, did it help, at least the overwhelming majority of our industry? And the answer was emphatically yes. And so from there, those conversations, very clearly, very quickly became a unanimous vote, I guess, thought to move forward, not only with the renewal of the TID, but that we needed to explore raising the TID to try to address the more urgent needs that have been caused by the pandemic. So from there, we wanted to make sure we reached as many hoteliers as we could. So we moved then to engage in conversations with the Portland Lodging Alliance. The Portland Lodging Alliance is about 35 to 40 hoteliers, only 2 or 3 of which of us are actually on the TID board as well. And those 35 to 40 hotel leaders represent about 75 or 80 hotels all the way across the entire city, of all types of hotels as well. And in those conversations, not only were they in favor of it, they actually were the ones that brought to us that we should raise it a full 1% point for at least 5 years to truly try to jumpstart and resurrect our industry. So from there, they did take a vote. The chairperson, George Schweitzer, did ask for a vote, and that vote was once again unanimous. So then additionally to that, there were 7 or 8 other hoteliers across the city that we knew that were not a part of those boards that I reached out to, and they as well were unanimously supportive of this as well. And then, so we hadn't heard any opposition to this in our industry until recently. There was a small group of folks that are associated with the Asian American Hotel Owners Association, or AHOA, And they had expressed some concerns. And so we immediately put together a meeting with them as quickly as we could to make sure we really understood what their perspective was, because we had not heard this yet. And as we got more to the root of their concerns, it wasn't really about the TID. In fact, many of them said they understood the benefits of the TID and saw that it had done a lot of good things for our market. They philosophically have an overriding aversion to taxes, fees, and surcharges in general. And so their mission in a way is to always try to curtail that as much as they can. And then underneath that concern about just taxes, they did have some misconceptions about the situation as well that we did try to address. One was they thought Travel Portland was a government agency and this TID money could be diverted to other issues to address across the city, which we now know is obviously not true, which we let them know that. They also had an assumption that the board was made up of just general managers from large hotels in the center part of downtown and never got representation from other micro markets across the other parts of the city, which is Jeff and I just talked about is really not the case either. And then the other assumption was that the downtown central city was the only one that benefited from the TID, that these outer markets really saw no benefit as much as what the downtown had seen, which we're going to show you the data I always like to look at because that kind of cuts right through assumptions and emotion. And that data will tell a different story as we get a little bit later into this slide deck. And again, I think it was the first of what I hope is going to be many future conversations with this group to ensure that we get their input and take into account their perspective. So from there, with realizing we have well over 80+% support in our industry for this, we then focused on how are we going to spend this extra 1% to be efficient and effective and intelligent about how we can get this money to use to try to bring back our industry as quickly as we can. Because you're going to see later in this, the devastation that the pandemic has caused. And so what we did is we sent out a survey to over 100 hoteliers in the market to try to get as much input as we can. And 3 lanes of spending became very clear very quickly. One, we must fix the convention center. The convention center needs to be utilized to a full capacity. And as we know, it's right now, it's a vaccine center right now. 2, we must focus on citywide group room nights because that helps every hotelier across the entire city. And then 3, we must be more assertive and have a larger presence in the sports market, because it's not one that we've been as present in the past. And so we've engaged in conversations with Jim Etzel of Sports Oregon, because they've got the contacts, the reach, the experience to enter into that arena very quickly and get great results very, very soon. And the other reason for getting into the sports market is we all as an industry feel that's going to be the first market that's going to immediately return because of the short-term booking nature of that market. An additional benefit for that as we look at it is it will also help even provide greater support for those outside markets that are on the perimeter of the city where the sports venues are, like Jantzen Beach. We think we can get better utilization of the Expo Center. That's been an underutilized facility. We think we can get better utilization of those sports fields that are at Jantzen Beach. And you've got other facilities that are now dormant, like Concordia University on the east side, that we think that we can do some really good things with. So we're excited about the conversation with Jim Etzel and his team and reinvigorating that part of our market, and are looking forward to what we're going to see this TID do for us in the next 5 years. So with that, I'll pass it over to Jeff.
Terrific. Thank you, Mike. The TID filling the general fund. And on the next slide, I show how the city lodging tax breaks out. We have a total of 15% lodging tax. 5% of that goes to the city's general fund. And you can see last year it was about 31 million. It has been higher. 1% goes to tourism promotion, which is in the city charter and comes to Travel Portland currently. We have the 2% tourism improvement district fee. And when that was enacted on the short-term rentals, the $4 per room night was added for the city's housing fund. And you can see that was $4.6 million. I will stop for a moment and say city council made the decision when they brought in short-term rentals that it was only fair if these small micro business owners were going to be paying the TID, that all hotels with 50 rooms or less would pay it as well. So at that time, council said it was an equity issue to spread it to everyone. The excise tax fund supports the Oregon Convention Center, Portland 5, a little bit of money to the Regional Arts and Culture Council and cultural tourism. 1.5% goes to Travel Oregon for statewide promotion. And we know we are in Portland only as good as what we are surrounded by, and we're surrounded by some really amazing things. And then, of course, there's the Visitors Facilities Trust account, which is 2.5% lodging tax plus 2.5% rental car tax, which pays for many visitor facilities, but also there are livability buckets in that now too that go to the county. So it is a wide-ranging fund that creates a lot of different support across the city and across programs. Mike?
So now as I'm going to talk about explore more about the win-win aspect of the TID and show you a series of far less complicated slides than what Jeff just showed you. So first right here, what you're going to see is the contribution to the city fund, the city's general fund. As you can see, we're going to talk about a pre-TID and a post-TID perspective on this. And so you can see in 2011, the city got $17.8 million. And at our peak, which was just a couple of years ago, was $39.1 million. So there you can see the direct impact that this TID has made on our industry and across all aspects of the city. So the next slide, this probably, I would say, is probably the most personal slide for me. We're going to talk about jobs. And you can see pre-TID, our growth rate was only 0.9%. Post-TID, the growth rate of jobs in our city was 3.3%. And I can tell you personally, for me, I've had to lay off over 80% of my staff. So when we talk about the need being urgent, and me, I'm trying to use the word me, but I really want to get our team back to work. It's a very personal thing for our industry, I can tell you that. So as we go to the next slide, we're going to talk about earnings for those folks. And what you're going to see again, a dramatic change. Pre-TID 2.5%, and then post-TID 3 times that number at 7.5%. And for those of you that may be thinking, did minimum wage drive this increase in wages? That arrow that you see on the screen represents 2016 when the minimum wage hike began. And so if you look to the left of that arrow, you can see that trajectory was well on its way prior to the 2016 minimum wage lift. And these are good paying jobs with good benefits for all people. It's a great situation for us as an industry. So if we go to the next slide, we're going to see its impacts on the local community. And you can see the average spend from tourism prior to that was 3.5% growth a year. Post was 4.7. And as Councilman Mepps had pointed out, it was $5.6 billion in 2019. And that is billion with a B. That's a substantial number. And it's easy when you look at a number that large to get kind of caught up in the theoretical of it without understanding the tangible nature of what that amount of spend actually means to people. And for that reason, we've invited Martin Martinez, who is mentioned with Aurochs Leather, to talk about the tourism spend's impact on his independent and family-owned business. Martin?
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, hello, everyone. My name is Martin Martinez. My family and I make leather goods here in Portland, and we own Aurochs Leather Company. For the majority of my childhood, I saw my dad and my grandfather work together making leather goods, and it is a great honor today to continue to do that and continue that trade alongside my father, my mother, and brothers. One of the things we have noticed since we arrived to Portland in 2004 are the similarities between this city and our native city of Oaxaca, Mexico. Oaxaca is well known also as the cultural and the gastronomic center of Mexico, and its natural beauty is recognized internationally. Unsurprisingly, it is also one of Mexico's most popular travel destinations, and tourism is a great major industry there. I have found Portland shares that unique intersection of culture and natural beauty, and I suspect that this has contributed greatly to the city's growth in recent years. Visitors picked up on what locals long appreciated. Most impactful for me has been the warmth of people in Portland, another similarity to my hometown, but one which I did not anticipate finding outside of Mexico. Portland opened its arms to our family, both by appreciating our craft and by supporting us and our adjustment to our new lives in this country. My business name, which is Orox, is derived from Oregon and Oaxaca, for these are the two places we call home. Throughout the last 15 years, my many organizations like Prosper Portland, Hispanic Metropolitan Chamber, and also Travel Portland have believed in us, and their support has helped us succeed and grow. Today, tourism comprises over 70% of our customers. As many other businesses have also experienced, total sales over the last year have dropped by a startling 80%. I am deeply invested in this city and hope to see it continue to thrive and grow. Despite the current economic challenges impacting us all, Portland still maintains that unique culture and essence, and I hope for a bright future for the tourism industry. It is a great honor for me also to be nominated to the board of Travel Portland, where I could work collaboratively with other stakeholders such as yourselves to bring that future about. Craftspeople in the city have unique experiences and perspectives about the issues surrounding tourism. And I believe that with my combined experience as a maker, business owner, and immigrant, I am prepared to represent my peers, their needs, and their concerns. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here today and for all you do to make this city great. Mike.
Thanks, Martin. So as you just heard, the major impact that tourism spending has on local businesses. And from Travel Portland's perspective, it's important that not only does that spend go into central part of downtown, but it reaches all parts of downtown. And I can tell you, someone who oversees 3 hotels at the airport, certainly having a success outside of the downtown central core is important to me as well. So now what we're going to see is the data, and the data, as you'll see, is for TID has become a tide that's lifted all boats. So this slide here talks about occupancy. And you can see if you look at the far left in 2011, prior to the TID, there was a significant inequity in occupancy. And with the TID's help, you can see that how tightened up the occupancy is in the different markets of the city. And in fact, the other component that we realized, and this was a very awe-striking moment for us, is that the outer markets significantly outgrew the central part of the city. You can see the city center only grew 4% in occupancy during that entire time. And the airport grew 9%, which is more than double. But if you look at the outer markets where the smaller hotels are, they actually grew 5 times as much in the east side at 21%, and nearly 8 times as much in the Jantzen Beach area as well at 31%. So it's the assumption that this was a central city success story is certainly not the case, as you can see from this data. So the next slide that we're going to look at is going to show the devastation caused by the pandemic. And you can see it has been devastating. We've lost 85, at some points 90+% of our business. It's been devastating. The one silver lining is these smaller hotels on the east side that are more the drive market hotels will actually have sustained fairly well. They've only dropped into the upper 50s in occupancy and have been very well, I guess, surviving very well compared to everyone else. You can see the devastation in the downtown, down into the 20s in occupancy. This is why the urgent need to get this added 1% and to lock in this TID as a critical tool for our success in our industry. So as we go to the next slide, we're going to look at average daily rate. So what you see here is, again, the growth difference. Not only did these outer markets wildly outgrow Central City from an occupancy perspective, they actually still continue to outgrow them in average rate. You can see the airport outgrew it at 48% to 40%, and the 2 outer markets outgrew it 43% compared to that 40%. So you can see, as we talk about the TID is a tide that lifts all boats, you can see this TID helped the entire city. The other thing we learned about the TID in this process, or really about our market, is Portland is no different than every other large central market in the country. If the central part of downtown isn't successful, as you saw in 2011, when it wasn't that successful, those outer markets suffered greatly. Because what we rely on, and I can speak firsthand as having these hotels at the airport, we rely on that center city to be successful and create this compression that pushes out into the outer markets. That's how our outer markets are successful. And again, I have a firsthand experience with that. So if we can go to the next slide, we're going to continue the demonstration of the devastation on the pandemic. Not only did we get a substantially less amount of rooms during this pandemic, but they came at a significantly discounted price on top of that. So it's somewhat doubled down the devastation that we've experienced as an industry. Again, why the urgent need? And one component I failed to mention is the box that you see at the bottom of the screen that says hotel construction boom. The TID was so successful for us, is such a great tool. We added thousands of hotel rooms, as you've all seen the many buildings that have gone up over that 4-year period. And yet we still were able to be a successful hotel market despite adding all of those hotels, which created thousands and thousands of added jobs to our city. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Jeff to talk about short-term rentals.
And this has been a success story. If you look on the next slide, the available listings grew quite dramatically, but you can see a drop off. And obviously with COVID, many people were not renting out the room in their home or their accessory dwelling unit. On the next slide, you can see that occupancies remained relatively high and stable with small dips, both for entire place or hotel comparable. And you can see what the hotel occupancy for was at that time. On the next slide, the average daily rate for those same short-term rentals stayed relatively stable. And this is a bright spot for us as we can bring that business back. We know that the revenue and generated for them is much needed, but also the lodging tax as well as the TID. I would say that it's working, and let's keep it going. And with that, the need has never been more urgent. You know, we know the COVID impacts, we know the brand damage. We're working very closely with several of our partners at Prosper, at Portland Business Alliance, working through the mayor's office with Sam Adams and others to talk about reputation recovery and the recovery of our downtown and getting back. The convention center, we need those rooms booked. 22 and 23 still look very good. We hope we hold on to all of those bookings. But we know there has been revenue loss to the city and there have been tons of shuttered businesses. And so our job, and we know there's creativity in Portland and those businesses can come back, but we need some help in kickstarting this. And that's why we're here today. Mike?
So as I talked about earlier, and I thought it was important to demonstrate the pre-TID effectiveness of our industry to the post-TID. And so that way you could really get an understanding of how critical this tool is to our industry's success. And I think the data really shows that it lifted the entire city and it created thousands of jobs across the entire city. It created additional millions of dollars of economic spend to our local merchants, to our restaurateurs, and to the city fund. So it's been a tremendous win-win proposition. And I can tell you, the need is never, as Jeff had just said, it has never been more urgent. I've been myself in this market since 1994. I was a general manager back in the days of 9/11 and the 2008 crash. And I can tell you this particular devastation is worse than both of those two issues together economically for us as an industry. It's critical that we do this 1% for at least 5 years to try to bring back and spur recovery in our industry. But that all said, I'm excited about what the TID can do. And I am excited about what this 1% increase is going to avail us to try to recover our industry. So with that, we'll open it up to questions.
Very good. Colleagues, any questions? And then meanwhile, I just want to say thank you. That was a great presentation. We appreciate it. Martine, I had the privilege of touring your business, your Old Town Chinatown location, and was absolutely fascinated by it. And thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jeff, and everyone for that very informative presentation. I just want to say, I looked at one of the slides that you had that said you were filling the general fund. I think I would change that just a bit. It's a little of an overstatement. So I want to really appreciate the industry itself. And I want to understand I don't think there's going to be big conventions filling up hotels or convention centers or anything else anytime soon. Are you getting information that's different from the information I'm getting about the economic reality that we're currently in?
I actually did get some very, very good news this week. James Jesse, who's our chief sales officer, reported that there are 2 conventions, and I won't remember both names, but the American Geological Society is one of those. It's a very large citywide convention. They decided with vaccine rollouts and with Oregon's low numbers that they want to not cancel in October of this year. They believe with vaccines coming out that they can have a hybrid event whereby they could at least have their convention. And what we had been seeing is we thought everyone would cancel through the end of 21. That may not happen. And we're incredibly excited about that. And I have to say, Oregon's done a great job of keeping the case counts lower than many states.
It's true, but we also aren't at herd immunity yet. So I hope you're right. I'm normally a very optimistic person, but I also know how slow the vaccine is rolling out. And so I hope you're right about that. So good. So that was one question. The other question is around the types of, you said that the hotels are booked at about 65% of their normal rates now. I think that's what I saw in one of the charts.
It depends on the part of town, but the total revenue for hotels in the city is down 70 to 75% total revenue.
Yeah, so I thought that the room stays looked high to me based on the fact that I know that most are empty. So I was just kind of curious as to how we thought we were going to get back to those numbers this year, right? And I understand we have to market for next year and moving forward and be strategic around that. But I'm just, all the data that I see right now says that people meeting in big gatherings are just not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, we're even having a hard time doing that with sports. So I appreciate the answers to the question about the small hotels. And I wonder if there's a difference between small hotels and Airbnbs, because Airbnbs in my mind are not small hotels, but small hotels with 50 or less rooms are. I'll just leave it at, I don't know if you have an answer to that, Jeff.
What I would say is, and you saw this on the slide that Mike presented, that the East Side hotels, which typically are those limited service, smaller hotels, have done less badly as downtown and the other parts of the city. What we know is that leisure travel will come back first. And thanks to a grant from the city's Spectator Fund, which this council approved of $150,000, thank you, we will launch an online travel agency campaign in the 1st of April with Expedia and Priceline. And that, while we think it might be a week or two early, it will test the market on our messaging and give us some opportunities. Travel Portland will come back in with reserves after that to create what will be about a $750,000 campaign through July. And then we are looking forward. So that seed money of the 150 will get us started, because we know we want to be a couple of weeks early rather than being a couple of weeks late. And leisure, which is mostly those smaller hotels, is going to come back first before meetings.
Commissioner Ryan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Wheeler. And thank you, Jeff, Carl, Mike, and Martine. I really appreciated your presentation. And Martine, I look forward to visiting your store, and I love the name. And thanks for explaining why the name is such. It was a great story. Your presentation was really thorough, and I got a lot out of it. So I'm going to try not to tell you what I got out of it, because that would be boring. But I do have some questions that I wouldn't want to leave on the table, and they are this. It's something I've wondered about. So I want to see if you wondered about this as well, if you've considered it. Portland is very seasonal in terms of people desiring to visit. Everyone knows that our relatives and friends outside of Portland love to visit between May and September, correct? And so I've always wondered how much money we're leaving on the table every summer because we don't have a restaurant sales tax. And so my question is this. Have you ever considered these fee increases to be seasonal during the summer where they go up? I just am curious. Does that conversation come up at your board?
It hasn't come up, and a lot of that has to do with the logistics of the revenue department collecting and having consistency for the consumer to know what the taxes are going to be at any one time. This fee can't be implemented until July because the Revenue Bureau needs that much time to get it implemented and make sure that each of the platforms, be it Hilton or Expedia, can load it into their system so that a consumer buying now for a July 2 stay knows what their fees are going to be. So it's not as flexible as it might seem.
Okay, that was helpful. So the system itself makes it difficult to do such nimble things. And I heard you. But I had to ask that question, so I'm glad you answered it. The other one was when I looked at the occupancy rate, obviously the cliff that you've all experienced, and Mike, you were very crisp about the job loss, specifically at your 3 hotels. That's helpful for us to just hear those numbers. But I noticed in 2018, things weren't, they leveled off. So that's pre-pandemic. I wanted to hear just why you think in 2018, it looks as though we hit a peak and things leveled off and even started to go down a bit. Can you
I can speak to that. Actually, it's if you saw that box, and I apologize, I didn't put more of an emphasis on that hotel construction boom box that was in there. It was the leveling off really was it about the added addition of thousands of additional supply. So the actual overall revenues for the city and hotel revenues still continued to escalate. It's just that the city's occupancy of those hotels began to flatline just as it absorbed that substantial increase in supply.
Okay, so supply demand was the main reason. Other factors aren't relevant to mention to the council this time. That's the main factor. Okay. I have one more, and I promise only one more, my fellow colleagues. So when I think the big issue for me is more understanding the 1%. And so this is another, have you considered, do you guys have this conversation? Since my experience as a consumer is these fees get passed on to the consumer. And so your lodging tax is always higher than you thought it was going to be when you arrive in your said destination. I just wondered when you're looking at this 1% increase, are there any of the multiple ones that you listed, which I can't remember now, I have to look at the slide, that total, I think 15%. Has there been discussion that when we increase one, we lower another one? Just curious. Carl had a great reaction already, but yeah.
That has not been looked at. What we look at is the more aggregate. How do we stack up against other cities, other competitive cities? And this puts us, frankly, in the middle of the pack, still with the 16%. So it's more how to, a meeting planner will look at a city's overall tax rate. We don't have sales tax, so on all their food and beverage, they pay 0. So that's a plus for us. Being middle of the pack on the 16% does not hurt any of our ability to attract business.
I was contemplating whether I asked you about how we measure up with other markets. So you're very good, Jeff, to weave that in. Mike, you want to say something? Yeah,
I apologize for cutting in. I was just going to add on to one thing. The other part of it that is important to understand about the lodging taxes is it doesn't because every hotel in the city has the same tax rate. People choose their destination. If they're going to go to Portland, they're going to go to Portland. If they're going to go to Denver, they're going to go to Denver. It has no effect on which hotel they stay at, whether they stay at a downtown hotel, an airport hotel. The city tax rate is the same across all venues. So it also affects everyone equally.
And when you did that comparison, Jeff, thank you, Mike, that was helpful. You do factor in that we don't have a sales tax into that equation. Is that true? We do. Okay, that was really helpful to hear as well. Anyway, great presentation. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you all. Keelan, do we have any public testimony for either item 120 or 121?
We do have one person signed up, Bugsy Patel.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Patel. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Wheeler. Thank you, Commissioner. And Jeff and Mike, great presentation. So I'm Bugsy Patel, owner-operator of about 23 hotels across the Pacific Northwest from Oregon, Washington, and Idaho. Of those, we have 11 in the Portland Metro, with 3 being at the Portland Airport. I think the concern, and I also do represent AHOA, the Asian American Hotel Owners Association. So the concerns are, and look, we can beg to disagree on some of the items that have been said and presented. So really, we believe that there was no formal process of getting input from all the hoteliers across the estate. That's number one. Number two, the representation. As Jeff pointed out, there is representation from the minority community on the Travel Portland board. But when you look at the representation from the hotel owners that are represented, we believe that there isn't enough minority hotel ownership in that segment. Also, we believe that the TID board should be separate from from the board members that are on the board of Travel Portland, that's also a concern of ours. Next is that we believe that there needs to be distribution of the funds across from where they are collected. It really does benefit the core downtown before anywhere else. I have hotels at the airport, and it does benefit us some, but not as much as what happens downtown. So, you clarified, Commissioner Ryan, about the tax. Remember, we don't have state tax, and therefore, technically, it is artificial that we're collecting the 16% in totality. So, with the new hotel supply that will come into the marketplace, and the kind of numbers that Jeff Miller projected, there should be an increase in the total tax collected, including the TID. In bottom line is that, we want to be sure that we support the 2%, but we don't support the 1% increase because we don't feel that there really is a need for it. There's a lot of uncertainty. Commissioner Hardesty pointed out of the smaller operators. We have lots of people from, our membership that are represented in that segment. And any tax, believe it or not, does hurt operators. Don't forget, we've got CAT tax to pay now. That also kind of eats into everything. So bottom line, I think that committing to transparency at a time when the industry has suffered a historic blow. TIDs are self-assessments paid by lodging owners for their own well-being. Let's work together to make sure everyone interested knows how the money is working for those investing. Embracing perspectives from all cultures and backgrounds. We have lodging establishments of all shapes and sizes. TID should rise to the tide for all and boost Portland's recovery. Making sure the authority continues to live with those paying the self-assessment. If the investments are not providing the return, the lodging investors should be able to work together to change the course, or if needed, discontinue a self-imposed assessment. And, we believe that there is...
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up pretty quickly. You're a minute and a half over.
Yeah, okay. So here's the last couple points. We believe there is not enough transparency on how this fund is spent. And there needs to be checks and balances on that. And look, we all need to be dealing, it needs to be all in good faith and fair dealing. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Colleagues, any further questions before I call the roll? Keelan, please call the roll on item number 120, the resolution.
Rubio.
I just want to thank you, Jeff, for your leadership over the years at Travel Portland and also for your shared commitment to lifting up our city. And thank you, Mike, and the Travel Portland board for helping us maximize the use of the TID funds And also thanks to Carl for your work behind the scenes as well. And Martin, the love and care that your family has put into the leather goods that you make is very obvious, and we're very honored that you and your family have brought your tradition to Portland. We're all the better for it. And I'm also very excited and glad that Martin is joining the board, and also eager to see, like the person that just testified, more small business, immigrant businesses, and BIPOC-owned businesses participating in capacities like these that help drive our economy and are there at the table, developing and co-creating these strategies, and particularly in these times. We know the sector has been especially hard hit, but I'm pretty confident that Portland will remain a destination that people want to visit, and we'll continue to welcome them. So I vote aye.
Ryan?
Yes, thank you. I really want to, again, thank you for a great presentation. I appreciate the dialogue we had. You've kind of heard a lot from me already. So on this 120, I vote yes. Aye.
Hardesty?
Let me say that I am very appreciative of the presentation. I thought it was very thorough. I am very concerned that we are going to make life a bit harder for small operators of 50 hotel rooms or less. And I would like to see us have if people could turn off their mic if they're not talking, that will prevent the background noise. Thank you. I would like us to not wait 5 years to find out if this tax is successful. I would like us to have a report back next year to find out whether or not this is really having the impact you anticipated, with the ability to change it if it is not working. I would also encourage you to track what the impact is on the small hotels, because we have a lot of big new hotels all around the town. They will be able to absorb it if they can get people in their rooms, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to anytime soon. So I think this is a moving target, and I just don't want us to do what we've always done and somehow expect we're going to have different results coming out of it. And so that's my ask. I'm happy to support this today, but I will only support it if I know that we're going to be in constant communication and have the ability to adjust as the market requires. And so on that assumption, I will vote yes.
Maps?
I want to congratulate the panel today for a really brilliant presentation. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Martine, for joining us today and sharing these compelling stories about the successes that have been brought by TID and the opportunities that we can realize through the implementation of this surcharge. I'm completely in support of continuing the existing fee and will support the resolution. While we won't vote on the ordinance until next week, I'd like to make a few comments on that too. The COVID pandemic has wrought devastating losses on practically everyone, but the sheer number of jobs lost in the tourism industry is staggering. We are clearly in a deep, deep hole, and climbing out is going to take partnerships, decisive action, and determined persistence. Portland is blessed with many attributes that make it a desirable travel destination. We have a great food scene, we have quirky businesses, and we have compelling cultural offerings. But our industry has also been devastated by this pandemic. And how well we do in bringing back travelers to Portland will impact how well our community rebounds. So I'm just very pleased and very impressed by the tourism industry and leaders who came together to find a way to help us assure success. A 1% surcharge on the TID fee seems like a smart way to help travel Portland, get the right message out to the right people and at the right time. And I think our message is that Portland is open and ready for business. And I'm also hopeful that as we roll out these vaccines, visitors will start to return to our city. I look forward, and like Commissioner Hardesty, I look forward to hearing a report in the next year about our successes. With that, I would like to vote aye on the resolution.
Wheeler?
I also want to thank everybody who joined us today. The value of jobs and visitor spending from the implementation of the TID is, in my opinion, both clear and irrefutable. Without a pandemic, ending the TID fee would seem very short-sighted. With a pandemic, I believe it would be irresponsible. We all know that the pandemic's impacts to the Portland economy have been both immense and entirely uneven. Particularly hard hit have been our communities of color, immigrants, and folks who have just been entering the job market. And many of these people will not have a job or one to go back to if Portland isn't revived and soon. We know from their many years of success that Travel Portland knows how to encourage people to come to Portland and spend their money and support our local economy. To continue that track record, it's clear to me that a shot in the arm is needed, not just literal vaccinations, but also a boost in the funds available to both advertise and promote our wonderful city. And we saw from the data that that definitely has an impact. As Commissioner Mapps said, it's imperative that the tourism industry is once again stepping up to find ways to help everyone benefit from the recovery and assure that it's as quick and strong in Portland as we can make it. I'm happy to support that creativity. I vote aye. The resolution is adopted. With regard to item 121, that is a non-emergency ordinance. It moves to second reading. Thank you to everybody who participated today. We'll move on to item number 122, time certain 10:05, which we are about 40 minutes late for.
Proclaim March 2021 to be Women's History Month.
Colleagues, I'm honored to be introducing this year's Women's History Month proclamation, which was brought forth by the city's Women's Empowerment Affinity Group. For time immemorial, women have moved our world forward, leading advancements in technology, science, medicine, government, law, art, and in many, many other areas. Women have risen above the barriers that have been repeatedly placed before them, often doing more work than men, but receiving far less recognition and compensation. These barriers are even greater for women of color, women who are LGBTQ+, and women with disabilities. It's clear that our country has made great strides in recognizing the leadership, expertise, and strength of women. A mere century ago, the 19th Amendment granted women the right to vote in the United States, though it wasn't until 1965, the Voting Rights Act, that women of all races were guaranteed the right to vote. Just decades later, in 2020, millions of women cast their ballots and played a pivotal role in electing Vice President Kamala Harris to the White House, making her the most powerful woman in our country's history. But we have to acknowledge and be honest, we still have a long way to go before our outcomes are not determined by our gender, race, and sexuality. Here are some sobering facts from the Women's Foundation of Oregon. For every dollar a man in Oregon earns, an Oregon woman earns between 53 and 83 cents, depending on her race and ethnicity. That pay gap is projected to widen during the pandemic, as many women have been forced out of the workplace to care for their children and their dependents. About 1 million Oregon women and girls, over half the state's female population, have experienced some form of sexual or domestic violence. And women and girls of color in Oregon experience poverty rates that are nearly twice as high as those of white women and girls here. Instead of losing hope, we must vow to work together towards a better future, as well as honor and uplift the stories of women who broke barriers and paved the way for future generations. That includes Beatrice Morrow Kennedy, a newspaper publisher and civil rights advocate who in the 1920s became the first Black woman to practice law in the state of Oregon. That includes Esther Pohl, one of the first women to practice medicine in Oregon, who in 1907 became the first female health officer of a major US city. And that includes Gladys McCoy, born during the Great Depression in the Jim Crow South, who in 1970 became the first person of color ever elected to public office in the state of Oregon. These women and many countless others paved the way for real progress. They overcame unspeakable challenges to make the world a much better place. This Women's History Month, let's recognize and celebrate the women of the past and the present who shattered barriers for future generations. And let's honor their legacy by continuing the work of making Portland and Oregon a more equitable place for everyone. Thank you. And next, I'd like to invite my colleagues to make any remarks they may want to share at this point, and then I'll read the proclamation on behalf of the City Council. Commissioner Mapps.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate this opportunity to recognize Women's History Month. This is a special month for me. It's an opportunity to honor the legacy of women who've made a lasting impact on our nation, on our state, and on our city. I'd like to take a moment, for example, to recognize some of the Portland women who've had a profound influence on my life. For example, I owe a lot to Harriet Redmond. She was a Black Portlander and a suffragette. She helped win the right for women in Oregon to vote. Women in Oregon gained the right to vote in local elections in 1912. That's 8 years before all American women gained the right to vote in national elections. Harriet was born in 1862 in St. Louis, Missouri. By the 1880s, she settled in Portland. Her family attended Mount Olive Baptist Church, which is still going strong. Miss Redmond held suffragette meetings and lectures in the church. Her organizing efforts were key to passing the ballot measure that ultimately gave women the right to vote here in Oregon. Miss Harriet died in 1952 at the age of 90. She is buried in Lone Fir Pioneer Cemetery in the Buckman neighborhood, and I visit her grave often because I think it's important for me to remember and honor the people who got me to where I am today. I would also like to recognize and honor Gladys McCoy, who the mayor mentioned. Gladys McCoy was the first African-American woman to be elected to office in Oregon. In 1970, she was elected to the school board. I got to know Chair McCoy in the early 1990s when she served as chair of Multnomah County. She literally gave me my first job out of college. And 30 years later, every day of my life, I think about the door of opportunity that Chair McCoy opened for me. I would not be here today if it weren't for Gladys McCoy, and part of my mission on council is to honor her legacy. I'd also want to recognize and celebrate Governor Barbara Roberts, who in 1991 became the first woman to serve as governor of Oregon. I worked a couple of legislative sessions when Governor Roberts was in office. She had a profound impact on me. I admire and try to model her common sense and human decency. And let me tell you this, anytime I'm confronted with a tough decision, I ask myself, what would Governor Roberts do? And I also want to recognize my colleague and friend, Joanne Hardesty. Joanne is, of course, the first Black woman to serve on Portland City Council. She is truly a Portland trailblazer. And last, but certainly not least, I'd like to recognize my friend and colleague, Carmen Rubio, who of course is the first Latina to serve on Portland City Council. And I'd like to take this moment to share a story with Commissioner Rubio. Literally earlier this week, I was meeting with a constituent. She was a young Latina woman. And in our conversation, she described Commissioner Rubio as her representative on council. And I thought about that a lot. And I think what she meant was that when she saw Commissioner Rubio, she saw herself. And that gave her the courage to engage with city politics. So Commissioner Rubio, by her leadership and presence on council, is literally growing democracy. So Commissioner Rubio, it is an honor to serve with you. Thank you so much for everything that you've given to our city. And I want to thank all the women who've helped make Portland the place that it is. And I want to thank every woman who's helped make me the man that I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, with that, I will, Commissioner Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Wheeler, and thank you, Commissioner Maps. That was beautiful. You know what you want in life by what you do, and what I've experienced is almost all of my supervisors have been women, and so I got pretty comfortable early on that female leaders are the norm. Most of my key hires, when I had influence over making those decisions, have been women. And most of the board leadership that I've been able to learn from have been strong women. And so my whole life has been shaped by knowing that it's a norm. So, but I think today I just want to briefly acknowledge in this proclamation a few people that are most personal to me. My little grandma, that was my mom's mom, was my best friend until she died when I was 11. And I got the best of her. I'm the youngest of 8. And I guess she had a pretty wild life before I was born. So after 7 husbands and getting sober, I got the best of her. And she taught me how to drive before anyone should learn how to drive. I think I was 8 or 9 when I'd be behind the steering wheel. And she taught me how to swim the Santiam River. And so, she's just a big part of me. And then my mom, who had 14 guardians until she was 13, because her mom wasn't capable of raising her. And then her dad took her in at age 13. And so my mom really wanted to have a big family full of love, and she accomplished that. And then she died when I was 33. And then shortly after that, I went to Ainsworth United Church of Christ when I came back home after listening to Reverend Cecil and Reverend Lynn talk about all the wonderful things going on there. And I sat next to this woman named Edith Anderson, and I found out really quickly that she had lost her son, one of the first African-American police officers in Boston, and her grandson over the last few years. And we just ended up becoming really close friends. And I was a caregiver until she passed away just a few years ago. So my point is, I miss those angels, and they guide me daily. And I love serving with women. And I just am grateful that we take a breath and do these necessary proclamations. And I'm grateful to be here today to voice out those words. And of course, I had nothing in writing. I just kind of winged it and told you my story. All right, thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Ryan. Commissioner Rubio. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Hardesty, then Commissioner Rubio.
I just want to quickly say that every month is Women's History Month because it is absolutely true. I want to really appreciate Commissioner Maps for those very kind words that he shared. And let me just say that as women, we can see progress being made, but we also know how quickly that progress can be destroyed. And if we've learned anything under 45's administration, is that no rights are permanently won. We don't permanently win racial justice wins. We don't permanently win women's rights wins. And everything depends on who is sitting in the seats of power and whether those in positions of power actually are engaging women in a way that is absolutely critical. I can tell you, as someone who ran for office, when I first ran for office, I had certified smart people telling me how I should be, how I should present myself. And basically they wanted me to present myself as if I was a white male. And no matter what I do, I will never, ever, ever be able to present myself as if I'm a white male. That's not my lived experience, nor is it one that I pretend that I know what the lived experience is. But it is, we've come a long way because trainings for office don't start that way anymore, thank goodness. But I have to say that it really, it's a stark reminder. The last 4 years are a stark reminder that if we aren't intentional about ensuring that we're protecting the rights of women and BIPOC community members, the next law, the next election, everything continues to be very fragile. So we have a role, and I take my role very seriously in making sure that I am uplifting the leadership and the values that women bring into leadership positions. And just like Commissioner Rubio, I love it when little Black girls come into City Hall and they see me and their eyes get that big, because I want them to know that this is their seat and they have every right to this seat, just like anybody else in the city of Portland. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. Commissioner Rubio.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, I want to also say thank you very much to Commissioner Maps for those very kind words that you shared today. It's such an honor. I think about that every day. It's an honor to be up here on behalf of community. I also want to thank the Women's Empowerment Affinity Group for all of their work each and every day, and their role in bringing forward this important proclamation. We've definitely made incredible strides since we first celebrated this month back, decades ago, I think in the late 80s. And at the same time, the fight continues to close that gender wage gap, and COVID has obviously exacerbated things even more for women, and particularly vulnerable women and women of color. So this month I will be honoring trailblazing women, but also women who every day in our community lead with their strength, their resiliency, and their values to make their community better. From community leaders to working mothers to young women and girls who have a really beautiful vision for Portland and what Portland can be. And also groups like the Women's Empowerment Group. And this personally for me includes women like my mother, Maria Caballero Rubio, and my grandmother, Dolores Caballero Rubio, who are my personal mentors, and my many aunties and other mentors, too many to name. But also want to acknowledge my colleague, Commissioner Hardesty, who as the only other woman on this council has shown me tremendous support navigating this new role in governance as women of color on this council, and also showing up with integrity every day. And also the amazing and talented and mission-driven work or women on my team who show up every single morning, bringing their full selves to this work. And I just have to call them out. Cynthia Castro, Adriana Miranda, Misan Kwan, and Mona Schwartz. I'm so proud to work alongside each one of you. So I celebrate all these amazing women and the women of Portland and our state today. And thank you for this resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio. Thanks, colleagues. Now I'll read the proclamation, which was written by Ann Croma from the Women's Empowerment Affinity Group. The Women's Empowerment Affinity Group works to advance equity here at the City of Portland, leading with the elimination of disparities affecting those who identify as women in our city's workforce. So thanks to all of you. Whereas Women's History Month began as a local celebration of Women's History Week, organized by the Santa Rosa, California School District in March of 1978 to correspond with International Women's Day. And whereas in February of 1980, President Jimmy Carter issued the first presidential proclamation declaring the week of March 8, 1980 as National Women's History Week, and the United States has formally recognized March as National Women's History Month since 1987. And whereas International Women's Day will be celebrated in many countries around the world on March 8, 2021, as a day when women are recognized for their achievements without regard to divisions, whether national, ethnic, linguistic, cultural, economic, or political. And whereas we pause to reflect on the accomplishments of women in this great city of Portland, as well as all around the world. And we take this time in March to acknowledge female historical leaders such as Lola Green Baldwin and Esther Pohl. Portland Mayor Harry Lane administered the police oath to 48-year-old Lola Green Baldwin on April 1st, 1908, making her the first woman hired under U.S. Civil Service rules to become a full-time paid law enforcement officer. Esther Pohl, one of the first women to practice medicine in Oregon, was known for riding her bicycle to make house calls in Portland. On July 11th, 1907, she was unanimously elected health commissioner, becoming the first woman health officer of a major U.S. city. She worked combating smallpox, whooping cough, and tuberculosis before using the latest scientific knowledge to focus Portland's response to bubonic plague on the rats and on their fleas. And whereas the World Bank's recent Women, Business, and Law report shows only 6 countries give women equal legal work rights as men. In 2018, full-time male employees in Oregon made 1.26 times more pay than female employees. And whereas Portland has determined that 14.9% of the population live below the poverty line, a number that's higher than the national average of 13.1%, with the largest demographic being females aged 25 to 34. And whereas women are 47% more likely to suffer severe injuries in car crashes because safety features are designed for men, and disasters such as floods, storms, and drought kill more women than men due to the unequal division of power and resources. And whereas 50.6% of Portland residents are women, but only 36.9% of city employees are. The Women's Empowerment Affinity Group's mission is to empower and inspire all women within the City of Portland workforce in a supportive, non-judgmental way. And whereas we strive to ensure a world where we study and salute women and their contributions year-round, and we can hope that in Portland, little girls with dreams can grow up to become women with visions. Now, therefore, I, Ted Wheeler, Mayor of the City of Portland, Oregon, the City of Roses, do hereby proclaim March 2021 to be Women's History Month in Portland and encourage all residents to observe this month. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to our affinity group. Well done. Keelan, next item is item number 123 times certain.
Appeal by Walter Weiler representing the Downtown Neighborhood Association against the Design Commission's decision to approve a ground level remodel of a 23-story mixed-use building at 1000 Southwest Broadway, which is in the downtown subdistrict of the Central City Plan District, LU 20-176578DZ.
Colleagues, on February 10th, Council made a tentative decision to deny this appeal. Today, we're back to make a final decision and adopt the findings. Do I have a motion to deny the appeal, uphold the decision of the Design Commission, and to adopt the findings?
So moved.
Commissioner Hardesty moves.
Second.
Commissioner Ryan seconds. We have a motion and a second. Keelan, please call the roll.
Rubio.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The council has made a 5-0 decision to deny the appeal. And we have upheld the decision of the Design Review Commission. We have adopted the findings. Thank you, everyone. Item number 124, please.
Assess benefited property for street and mast arm traffic signal improvements from Northwest 9th Avenue to north of Northwest 19th Avenue in the Northwest Front Avenue NATO Parkway Local Improvement District.
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to turn this over to PBOT because I do not have introductory remarks for this item. Who is from PDOT is here to present this item?
Good morning, Commissioner Hardesty. This is Andrew Abbey, and Gabe Graff will be joining me. We know council is running a little behind schedule, so we will make this very quick. Keelan, if we could switch to the presentation. Thank you. And we can just go ahead and move on to slide number 2. And so there's a long history here on Front Avenue and NATO Parkway. Among the many businesses that we helped with this local improvement district was the Dockside Restaurant, which became an iconic Portland institution during an infamous incident that occurred during the 1994 Olympics. We have the owners of the dockside here, and they'll tell us a little bit more about that. Since that time, much has changed since then with the street renaming and 4 street projects, but the dockside is still there. Next slide. This LID enabled us to leverage each dollar of general fund with 72 cents in developer dollars. So we were able to almost double the general fund allocation for pavement preservation, which we used on Front Avenue and Nadeau Parkway. We simply could not have gotten all of this accomplished without this public-private partnership. We also did value engineering and were able to get this project done for $3.2 million, as opposed to an order of magnitude of about $18 million if we had to completely reconstruct the street, assuming a per centerline cost of about $5,000 per foot, which is the going rate these days. Next slide. Here's the roller coaster pavement that existed before the LID was formed. Next slide. Here's the trench cut and the pavement before the LID was formed. These kinds of trench cuts in the pavement don't hold up well over time, particularly with TriMet buses and other heavy vehicles using the street. Next slide. Here's a lack of positive drainage on the street before the LID was formed. This
Oh, it looks like Andrew froze.
Andrew, can you turn off your video? It'll help us hear you. If you can hear me, turn off your video. Afraid he does not have a good connection. Is there somebody from Peabody who can take up where he left off until we get?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that, Mayor.
Thanks.
We can go to the next slide. Yeah, so prior to the LID, we also didn't have bike facilities on Nadeau Parkway. Next slide. So now you can see the new pavement, the fresh striping, and the bicycle facilities here in this picture. Next slide. We also did some new improvements for transit users on the street. So this is one of our new platforms for TriMet that allows them to stop in lane. And you can also see there the concrete pad where the bus will stop, which will allow the roadway surface to hold up to those heavy vehicles over time. Next slide. Here's the dockside, expanded sidewalk. I think the owners will speak about the how the outdoor seating has been helpful during this pandemic. Next slide. Oh yeah, and I think we have a video of the new signal getting turned on. I don't know if we want to show that, or we can maybe just keep moving.
Yeah, I would say we'll save that for another time, for another.
That sounds good. That works for me.
Appreciate you stepping in and continuing the presentation.
Of course. And maybe the last thing that I'll share with colleagues while this signal is going on is just the reason that I was here as well, is just to talk about the other work that's happening on Nadeau Parkway in conjunction and how the projects work together. So we do have a project that if you've been downtown, you'll see south of the Hoffman Bridge on Nadeau Parkway, where we have that section of the roadway under construction. So that will have new durable pavement, new accessible sidewalks, safer crossings, upgraded street lights. We should have that done by September of this year. And then by the end of the month, we'll be in construction with what we call Better Nadeau Forever, which will be making improvements along Waterfront Park for Nadeau, with making that two-way bikeway permanent and separated by concrete, adding accessible sidewalk along the west side of Waterfront Park, upgrading traffic signals to improve traffic flow. And we should have that complete in about 10 months after the start of construction. I see Andrew's back. So Andrew, I was just filling in for you there while your connection cut out. We got through to the traffic signal video, but if there's anything else you'd like to add, please do so.
Great. Well, I'm going to keep this really brief. I jumped back in on my phone and I know council's busy today. So I will leave those remarks where they were. I think we can, hopefully you got to see all the other slides of the presentation. I think from here we can just go ahead and switch it over to the invited testimony. We did have Reza Farhudi sign.
Oh, there Andrew goes again. Oh, Andrew, I'm so sorry that you're having that experience. Gabriel, can you pick up where Andrew left off?
Sure thing. Reza, are you with us today? I don't know that I see Reza on the participant list, so maybe he had to jump off just due to the schedule.
Do we have the owners of the dockside invited? Gabriel, do we have someone else who was invited?
Yeah, can we have the owners of the dockside speak?
Speaking. That's Terry Peterson. Welcome.
Hi. This is
I'm
Kathy.
Kathy Peterson, owners of the Dockside. Hello.
Hey, it's good to see you.
Thank you for having us.
I'm hungry just seeing you.
As I should be. Thank you. So we just want to start off real quick. I'm just going to tell the quick version of the Tanya Harding story, just as a little levity here. So back in '94, we went down to do some work at the restaurant and took garbage out to the dumpster and found it full of someone else's trash. Now I've done it before and I've done it since, kind of go through the garbage and find if I can find a name or an address, someone to return the garbage to, because as we know, it's theft of services, which I'm not really fond of. But going through this particular trash, I found that it belonged to Tanya Harding and found evidence with Jeff Galooly's name and a commuter ticket out of Detroit where we knew that the Nancy Kerrigan whacking had taken place. So all of this evidence that I found, Tanya had always said that she was not part of any of it, didn't know anything about it. But what I'd found had her handwriting on it and found her to be part of the whacking incident. So anyway, that was kind of our claim to fame. And we fast forward now 27 years later, because back then, Front Avenue, you could literally lay down in the middle of the street and not be concerned about getting hit by a car. There wasn't much traffic. And the traffic that it was mostly big trucks, trains, industrial type traffic. So again, 27 years forward, we're so grateful and thankful for the changes that have taken place and have allowed us to continue to do business in today's environment. So Terry wanted to speak a little bit about the new sidewalks.
Yeah, with re-engineering of the intersection at 17th and Front Avenue, we went from a unsafe dead-end sidewalk into railroad tracks with table seating, a picnic table with 4 seats, to 16 seats with COVID compliant seatings during this tough time. With that, without the new sidewalks, we would have not been open to have outside seating during the pandemic. With the feedback from the customers after opening, it's been nothing but positive down there. We've provided, the community has been just absolutely wonderful. They've come in and we continually thank them for their patronage, and they continue to thank us for being open. And with that said, being opening was that of PBOT redesigning the sidewalks. So thank you, PBOT, and take it away.
I just want to jump in here for a moment and just say how much I appreciate both of your leadership in the community and the hard work you've put into the dockside and the improvements you've made there have been fantastic and extremely well received by the public who drives by and certainly your customers. And I look forward to seeing you again soon.
Same here. Thank you.
Gabriel, does that conclude our presentation?
I believe so. Do we have any other invited testimony for this item? I'm not aware. Oh,
yeah,
there's we have Jonathan Ledesma. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Jonathan. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ledesma, and I'm with Project, the developer of the field office that is located adjacent to the dockside. And just a few words, I'll make it brief since everyone's really busy, but thank you for having me here today. Thank you, Andrew and commissioners. You know, we had set out to have experiential goals for the development with such a large property, to take advantage of the scale of it. And one of those was to really support bikes, support pedestrians, prioritize them over cars, which is why almost the entire site is below grade parking. Bringing the outdoors in, blurring traditional lines between indoor and outdoor. There's trees on balconies. There's places for the public to come and sit down and have lunch. and really amplifying the idea of landscape in a project, and really prioritizing landscape as much as we do the architecture. And we even had, Bike Town's first privately purchased and installed station on the site. And the road diet essentially amplified these goals, and I couldn't be happier about the partnership with Andrew and his team and PBOT. And everything just kind of came together with that. I mean, we have a bike path that runs through our site, and this just elevated everything. But to also know that the money that was set aside for permits and SDC fees, that it was not only going towards our kind of frontage of the property to elevate these experiences, but also to the neighborhood at large. And I think it's a great way to, for us as developers that have values that are not about, we're about experiences as well as we are about building buildings, it makes us want to do this again and collaborate with the city on these types of projects. It kind of hits all different goals across the board. And what I also appreciated is that working with Andrew and his team, it felt like we were part of that team versus, us on this side, you on that side. And there were creative solutions proposed throughout the process when there were challenges of, who's doing the designing of the work and who's doing this. I mean, it was a free-flowing discussion, and I really appreciated that. And nothing but great, a great experience working with everyone. So I'm happy about it, and I look forward to doing it again on the next project where it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here and the partnership with PBOT. This is the kind of things that make us proud to do public-private partnerships. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you to see if there's any public testimony.
All right, very good. First of all, colleagues, any questions come to mind before we turn this over to potential public testimony? Not seeing any hands raised. Keelan, do we have anybody signed up for public testimony?
We don't have anybody on the call for this item.
All right, very good. Colleagues, last chance for questions. I want to thank our invited guests. You all do impressive work. Thank you for being here today. This is a first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. It moves to second reading. Thanks, Commissioner Hardesty. And with that, we move to the regular agenda. The first item is item number 129.
Designate the first Monday in March as COVID-19 Memorial Day.
Colleagues, our next item honors COVID-19 victims and survivors. On Monday, we observed COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day. Today, we formalize the tradition by reading the proclamation. I'd like to start by offering you the opportunity to share any reflections you'd like to share as we pass the 1-year mark since Oregon's first reported COVID-19 case. Commissioner Mapps.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate this opportunity to reflect on the impact COVID has had on our community. As you mentioned, just a couple of days ago, we passed the 1-year mark of COVID landing here in Oregon. And over the past year, more than 150,000 Oregonians have come down with this dreaded disease. More than 2,000 Oregonians have perished because of COVID. I think it's important that we recognize the pain and disruption caused by this pandemic. I think it's also important that we recognize the disproportionate impact COVID has had on communities of color and our low-income neighbors. And I'm extremely proud of the work that this council and our intergovernmental partners have done to provide support to communities and individuals who've been impacted by this disease. And I also want to take a moment to express some optimism, especially about the future. I feel like Portland is turning a corner on COVID. We see that cases are falling and businesses are starting to open up again, and people are getting their vaccines. And indeed, we have some good news coming up. I think on March 29th, Adults with underlying conditions between the ages of 45 and 46 will be eligible to receive a vaccine. By the time we get to May 1st, individuals with underlying health conditions between the ages of 16 and 45 will be available or able to get a vaccination. And by June 1st, we'll begin vaccinating all adults between the ages of 45 and 64. And no later than July 1st, all Oregonians 16 and older will be eligible to receive their vaccine. So this is a great time to begin to do your planning about how you can get vaccinated and move into the post-COVID era. I encourage anyone who wants to learn more about vaccinations to go to the following website, getvaccinated.oregon.gov. You can find plenty of information there about when you're eligible and how you can get your vaccination. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Mapps. Anybody else before I jump in here? Very good. Colleagues, thank you again for the comments and the reflections you've made over the last couple of days, Commissioner Mapps. Thank you for, Commissioner Ryan wanted to say something. Thank you, Commissioner Mapps as well. Commissioner Ryan.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor, I forgot.
No worries.
Thank you. I actually just wanted to take a minute to thank you, to thank the other executive leaders in the region, such as Chair Kafori and the Governor Brown. The state of Oregon and our city of Portland is actually at the top of the charts in terms of how we have responded from a public health perspective. We've allowed science to guide us, and that is why we have a much, much lower case rate than other populations of our size. And although there's the usual disparities that are not okay, we're also actively in that conversation and dealing with it. So I just wanted to take a moment to say that there's many other cities and states I could be in right now, and I would be very, very frustrated with the reaction from leaders. So thank you for being on top of it from minute one. And I just think that everybody has gone through so much this past year. It's almost too soon to even reconcile what it's been like. I know for me, as somebody that dealt with a pandemic personally in the mid-'80s, HIV, it's eerie sometimes, the comparisons with how the public has responded, and maybe more importantly, how it hasn't with stigma. And so I have a lot of angst in my heart and even pain that's triggered by some of the racist and mean-spirited reactions to something that is absolutely guided by science. And I'm just grateful once again that we live in a city that predominantly, in a state that predominantly respects that and respects our fellow residents with kindness and with hope that we're all in this together. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rubio.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks for bringing this proclamation today to memorialize this really painful time in our community's history. It's really hard to believe it's been over a year now since the pandemic first hit, and all our lives have just changed so dramatically and have had, obviously devastating effects on local businesses and families and communities. But what I want to remember as well, and Commissioner Mapps touched on this as well, is the many community members that have come together during this time. I also want to honor, folks like our city employees, community-based organizations, neighbors, volunteers, everyone who stepped up to ensure that so many vulnerable and challenged residents had access to food and healthcare and internet access and devices, and also housing and rent assistance, which, we don't have nearly enough to meet the need. But if not for a lot of the mobilization of community and leaders alike, so many more communities, families and individuals would have been impacted even more than they already have been. So I just want to acknowledge that. Also acknowledge the hugely disproportionate impacts of this pandemic on our BIPOC communities. This crisis has really laid bare the deep divides that exist in our community. So we knew before, but it's very starkly clear where our work is cut out for us on this long road ahead. But I believe our city will emerge even stronger because our community ties are incredible. So thank you again for giving us the opportunity to acknowledge this day and what we've lost, and also appreciate the strengths that we have.
Great words. Thank you, Commissioner Rubio. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to reinforce what Commissioner Ryan said. Mayor Wheeler, at the very beginning of this pandemic, in early March last year, one of the first things we did was talk about how are we going to take care of people and what's going to be the plan coming out of this pandemic. We knew the Asian Pacific Islander community was hit first and hard and are continuing to suffer through this pandemic. We also know that the systems that have been put in place have clearly reflected the digital divide. Anybody that thinks 75-year-olds are going to go to a computer and make an appointment for a vaccine just really wasn't thinking about the population that would be impacted. And then when you add race to that mix, it becomes even more complicated. So I do not share Commissioner Mapp's optimism about how quickly people will be vaccinated. I think we still have a long road ahead. And my message is, even with the vaccine, we will still have to wear a mask because, all it will do is make us recover faster, but it does not prevent people from getting COVID. And I think we as the leaders must make sure that people understand that even with the vaccine, they can't go out and act like they did prior to the pandemic. It will be a slow road back, but if we keep our eyes on the resolution that we passed last year, prioritizing Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and other communities of color, we will make sure that we are coming back stronger and better and much more equitable. And thank you, Mayor, for bringing this resolution. It's a time to both honor the lives lost during COVID-19, but it's also a time for us to recommit to a more equitable community coming out of this pandemic. Thank you.
Powerful words. Thank you, Commissioner. Colleagues, thank you for sharing your reflections and for your partnership to not only prevail over the deadly COVID-19 virus, but to help bring Portlanders together to create a healthier, safer, and I believe more resilient community. Our city has, as you've noted, faced challenge after challenge, sometimes at the same time. From the COVID-19 pandemic to wildfires, from an ice storm to Portland's housing affordability crisis, there's no shortage of challenges. Today, I want to acknowledge the terrible and incalculable loss that the pandemic brings each and every one of us. The pain, the anger, the grief, the trauma, the heartbreak reminds me and reminds us of our collective humanity. In the midst of this loss and so many concurrent challenges, Portlanders have time and time again risen to the occasion to take care of one another and our home. I see the results from these around-the-clock efforts by our city employees, particularly those serving at the Emergency Coordination Center, the Portland Housing Bureau, Prosper Portland, our Smart Cities PDX team, as well as our first responders. I see the results from incredible, committed community members at local nonprofit organizations, businesses, and philanthropic institutions as they continue to advocate for more resources to bear, to quickly adapt in order to comply with the public health guidance and connect Portlanders to life-saving information and assistance. And I see all of our essential workers who keep our city running day after day, from those treating community members who are ill in our hospitals to those helping distribute the vaccine, from our farm workers to our delivery drivers to our utility crews and many, many others. Thank you, Portland, for reminding all of us of the good that humanity is capable of. The relationships and the partnerships forged, the programs and policies created to offer immediate relief, and the sacrifices made for a better tomorrow. These will be more important than ever as we continue our response and prepare for our recovery. It's my privilege now to introduce our creative laureate, Subhashini Ganesan, to reflect on the importance of offering different forms of art and expression during these difficult times. We really appreciate your joining us here today. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. And thank you to my fellow citizens of Portland for including me in this way to honor and commemorate victims and survivors of COVID-19. It's important to say that every single life lost is unique and it affects all of us as a community. For millennia, humans have had a ritual of gathering together to recognize the passing of their community members. We gather to remember the individual person. We gather to mourn. We gather to collectively respond to the sorrow and the deep loss of that person. These rituals and gatherings always include art, music, singing, poetry, dance, because art is essential in expressing our deepest emotions, love, pain, and longing. However, we have not been able to do that safely for the last year. So this April, I look forward to coming together with our region's artists and community partners to build a multi-weekend, citywide project. Let's co-create honest and authentic artistic engagements. These might start as virtual events, but hopefully lead to safely orchestrated live experiences. Let's collaborate to build on grief rituals and the collective communal expressions of our pluralistic, multicultural, and multilingual communities. Let's bear witness to the sorrow we have faced in isolation and build ways for artistic healing now across our city's diverse population, our youth, our senior citizens, our teachers, our nurses, our houseless folks, our immigrants, and our refugee communities, to name just a few. I'm honored and humbled to build this artist-centered community expression of collective recognition for our victims and for our survivors together with all of you. So thank you.
First time I didn't unmute today. Thank you, Sebastian. We really appreciate your participation here today. So I look forward to learning and supporting our creatives, our artists, and those who've lost loved ones during COVID-19. And I've already seen Portlanders begin to create beautiful memorials with flowers and virtual events to share memories of loved ones. It's now my honor, on behalf of the City Council, to read the proclamation. Whereas the first Monday in March has been designated as COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day. Whereas COVID-19 is an illness caused by a virus that can transmit from person to person and is spread across the world, creating a global pandemic that is having catastrophic effects on human life, our community, and our economy. And whereas local and state governments, health departments, and public servants have taken bold actions to protect residents, support struggling local economies, and find innovative ways to provide services. And whereas in response to rapid spread of COVID-19 and stay-at-home orders, essential workers have stepped up to provide critical services to help protect our communities and save lives, sacrificing their own health and safety. And whereas COVID-19 has had a disproportionate impact on Black and Indigenous people, people of color, low-income communities, and Oregon's elders, exacerbating inequities already prevalent in our systems that we must address as a nation. And whereas public health guidance and policies targeted at prevention, such as social distancing, wearing masks in public, and staying home to help mitigate the spread of COVID-19, prevents illness and lessens the burden on individuals and society. And whereas the symptoms and severity of COVID-19 can vary dramatically by individual, and the long-term health implications for survivors is still largely unknown, as many survivors suffer with lingering side effects of the disease long after they no longer test positive. And whereas nearly 2.5 million people worldwide and over 500,000 in the United States have lost their lives due to COVID-19. And in Multnomah County alone, more than 5 1,200 lives have been lost to this deadly virus. And whereas each life lost to COVID-19 has meaning and leaves a hole in the hearts of loved ones, family members, and surrounding community. And now, therefore, the city of Portland, in remembrance of those who've lost their lives and in honor of those who are forever marked by COVID and continue to suffer from the impact of this virus, supports the designation of the first Monday in March as COVID-19 Memorial Day in Portland and encourages all residents to observe this day. Thank you. Keelan, can you please read item 130?
Appoint Robert Taylor as city attorney effective February 22nd, 2021.
Colleagues, I'm very pleased to be introducing this next item, which is to confirm the appointment of Robert Taylor as the Portland's city attorney. As you all know, we conducted a national recruitment to fill the position of city attorney after Tracy Reeves' retirement back in December of 2020. Robert Taylor was our strongest candidate, bringing deep public sector legal experience, the ability to lead through tough times and change and crisis, and a strong commitment to public service and the city's core values. Robert has served in the Portland City Attorney's Office since 2017 as the Chief Deputy City Attorney. In the role of City Attorney, Robert will oversee the Office of the City Attorney, leading their work to ensure the city's interests are protected and that we can use our legislative power and legal system to support and protect the people of Portland. Robert, obviously, we're very excited to have you taking on this role, and the city is fortunate that we will continue to benefit from your leadership and counsel. I'll now turn it over to Robert to say a few words. Good morning, Robert.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I know time is short here, so I'll be brief. It's an honor to serve the Council. It's an honor to serve this city, and it's an honor to serve alongside the 40 attorneys and 30 legal professionals in our office who are devoted to public service. So thank you very much for your trust that you put in me in the office. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. We appreciate it. Colleagues, any comments, questions of Robert? This is your chance to get free legal advice. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say to Robert, I am thrilled that you came through as our top candidate. It has been an absolute pleasure to work with you over the last 2 years. And you are a very thoughtful, intentional individual. And I cannot think of anyone better to be leading our legal team in the city attorney's office. But I want to embarrass Robert for a minute because I can't do something nice and not take an opportunity to embarrass him. He and I were on a Zoom call probably 6 months ago, and the kids were home, the animals were out of control. They were all running and jumping in the background. And this is how cool Robert is. Robert never missed a beat. He never commented. He never actually acknowledged that the chaos was happening behind him. And it wasn't until I mentioned it at the very end of that meeting that he acknowledged that it was a little challenging doing all this work from home. And so, Robert, I hope you're still my friend and you don't treat me bad because I told that little story on you. But what it showed to me is your commitment to the city and to the people in the city of Portland. So no matter what was going on in the background, Robert was committed. He was focused on actually getting the work done that he and I were trying to get done in that meeting. Robert, that's the kind of attorney I want representing me. So thank you. And I'm looking forward to our continued partnership.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ryan.
Yeah, real brief. I just want to thank you, Robert, for your years and years of service and for saying yes and stepping up to take on this leadership role. And I have a brief Robert story. I just was sworn in and I went to like this really overwhelming onboarding session with a lot of people about just basically how to do your first day of work. And the next thing I know, I have Robert Taylor telling me you have a hearing coming up. And it's starting in about 20 minutes. And this is what you are going to experience. And I really trusted what you said to me. And I, of course, was tongue-tied and had no idea what to say after getting your advice. But I really appreciate that you jumped in right away and gave me some really quick orientation. Anyway, you're the real deal. And I'm really grateful that you'll be in a leadership role at the City of Portland. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Keelan, do we have any public testimony for this resolution?
No, we have no one signed up.
Very good. Please call the roll.
Rubio.
Congratulations, Robert. And we haven't had a chance to meet yet, but I look forward to doing so and to getting to know you better. And then also just thank you for your continued leadership with the city in this very important role. I vote aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The resolution is adopted. Robert, there's no backing out now. And I also want to take this moment just to thank all of the people who applied for this position. While Robert ultimately, in my opinion, was the strongest candidate and the best fit for where the city is today and where I think we're going to be going in the near term. There were several very, very strong candidates who did apply. And I want to thank all of them for taking the time to apply, to go through the panel process, to spend time interviewing with me. I wish we could hire all of the people who made it into the finalist pool. They were all exceptional candidates, but Robert, you rose above the pack in terms of both your skill set and your experience in our current needs. And so I was delighted to be able to make that recommendation, and I'm glad the council has unanimously supported you in that role, and we look forward to continuing to work with you in the years ahead. So thank you for that. And I vote aye if I didn't vote aye. The resolution is adopted. Next item, 131, please, Keelan.
Authorize a contract with Astound Broadband LLC Inc. in the amount of $11 million to provide fiber optic network services.
Colleagues, this ordinance would approve a contract with Astound Broadband to upgrade the service to the city's fiber optic network. This network provides mission-critical connectivity for each city bureau and our regional partners, allowing for success to services such as the internet, email, virtual meetings like this one and the like. We're going to hear a brief presentation from the Bureau of Technology Services and our partners at Multnomah County and the Office for Community Technology discussing the contract. I'll now turn it over to Beth Fox from the Bureau of Technology Services to walk us through this ordinance. Welcome, Beth. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners. I appreciate your time today. My name is Beth Fox, and I am the Program Manager for the Fiber Expansion Program in the Bureau of Technology Services. I have responsibility for facilitating communications both internally and externally for this network. I'm joined by Jessica Moss, who's the technical contributor to the implementation and design of the network. Jessica is here to answer all of your complicated technical questions, and we'll be available for that at the end of the presentation. We will have, as you mentioned, Mayor, a couple visitors today from Multnomah County and the Office of Community Technology. Clerk, if you could forward the slides or show the presentation. Fantastic. So if you could go to the next slide, and I believe, perfect. Thank you so much. So in today's presentation, I have essentially 4 different discussion points. The first one will be about the contract itself that I'm seeking approval for and the funding surrounding this contract. I will also be talking about the critical nature of our network and its value. I will take a moment when we do get to that slide to talk about the services that we're purchasing today in what I believe is a very relatable way. As I stated earlier, we'll hear after that from Multnomah County and the Community for, the Community for Technology. I apologize. They were going to be talking to us about how this network benefits them and the communities that they serve. I will recap at the end of this some facts about the proposal, and then I will, of course, summarize our presentation. We do have an appendix at the end of our presentation that we won't be talking about today, but it is necessary, I think, if you want reference material for technical and historical data about the network. We also have a timeline associated that will detail some of the work that we did to arrive at the decision today. Again, I won't be covering those materials. They're there for reference only, but you're welcome to them when we conclude the presentation. And again, Jessica and I and our team will be available at the end of the presentation in order to answer any of your questions. If you could please forward the next slide. Thank you. So this is a contract with Astound Broadband. We will be leveraging a state of Oregon contract that has cooperative language associated with it for these services. The contract and addendum numbers are listed in the ordinance that we submitted for reference if you care to look them up. This is a not to exceed $11 million contract for a period of 10 years. Now, BTS will fund this agreement by directly billing internal and external customers as we do today. BTS has also appropriated the first year's funding for this in our fiscal year 2021. And we will continue to fund outlying years of this contract by going through our CIP and 5-year plans. I'm not here today to ask for an additional $11 million from general fund. Could you please forward to the next slide? Thank you very much. So the fiber optic network that I'm discussing today is mission critical infrastructure. It essentially is the foundation of all the communications for the city. You can read a very small list of some of the services that I've outlined below, but this is where I'd like to take a moment or two and try and describe the service to you in a way that I think we all can understand it. So this does require us to go back about 12 years when smartphones weren't necessarily universally adopt technology. You may have had a flip phone, or if you're like my husband, you had a BlackBerry that you really enjoyed and you didn't want to let go of it. You had cable, you may have had a landline as well, and you even may have had a computer that were all plugged into the wall. Whoever you bought these services from essentially gave you a cable box. That cable box allows the owner of that equipment to control the service. So they can increase or decrease speeds at your home through that box at any time. And you can request additional bandwidth, but that usually requires additional pricing. So if we could just jump ahead to what households are doing today, if you want to just think about the devices you might have in your home today, the average household has between 7 and 12 connected devices. It's really, really hard to believe that there are that many, but even if you've canceled your landlines, you don't have an actual telephone that plugs in the wall anymore, or you've cut the cord to cable services, you probably use Netflix or Prime, YouTube, Hulu. You've probably heard of a lot of those, or you use them all, maybe even more of those. You have the ability today, you might even be controlling your lights or heating your home from your phone. And you may have an Xbox or some other sort of gaming equipment. I mean, today our appliances can connect to the internet. Your refrigerator can order milk when you run out. So our bandwidth in our homes has increased exponentially because all of these devices are connected. And the one thing that hasn't changed is the cable box, right? We still all have that cable box, but it's actually a wireless router. And it allows all of these devices to operate at any given time in your home. If you want more bandwidth, you can request it, but it generally comes with an increase in price because the carrier controls the service through that piece of equipment. So let's talk about the increased usage at the City of Portland. We've added thousands of smartphones, laptops, PCs. These things we're all pretty familiar with. But we've also been connecting over the years, elevators, parking meters, sprinkler systems, you name it. We have a myriad of handheld devices that a lot of the bureaus use for different service purposes. We also, every year, implement some new cloud or online service that you have to connect to remotely. And all of this exponential growth was before we asked 60% of our employees to work remotely. So as you can imagine, the demand on the core network is pretty high. It's never been greater than this. So in regards to the locations on this contract, what I'm talking about is that each of these locations today essentially have at that site or their sites a cable box. And this cable box is controlled by the owner of that equipment. They control the speed at which the data is sent or received from these locations. What we're asking Astound Broadband to do is to build fiber optic cable to each one of these locations, but they will not be installing their equipment or their cable box, if you will. BTS will be installing City of Portland equipment that allows us, the city, will be able to control the speed and bandwidth by which the data is being sent and received at those locations. And I'm glad you gave me the moment to explain this, because we felt that this difference in service was very valuable to understand as we move forward through the presentation. Now, I know you've had a few minutes to look at my lovely slide and see some of the things that are running, and this is just a small amount of things that are actually running on this network. I do want to point out, though, the automated fire dispatch system is a very interesting application. This runs on the very network we're talking about. And the amazing thing about this software application is when 911 dispatches a firehouse to an emergency, this software actually opens the garage door, will turn off the stove or oven if it's been used, and just allow the firefighters to respond quickly to whatever emergency is. So when I say mission critical infrastructure, this has a public safety impact as well. So the foundational network is extremely important on many levels. I've listed also some of the partners that we are working with for this network, but I'd like to now have two of our valued partners talk to you directly about the benefit of the network that this provides them, their organizations, as well as their service communities. So, clerk, if you wouldn't mind forwarding the slide for me, please. Thank you very much. The first person you'll hear from today is my pleasure to introduce the Interim Director and Department of County Asset CIO for Multnomah County, Tracy Massey. Tracy?
Hello, thank you. Yes, I am Tracy Massey. I'm the, as Beth said, the Interim Director for Department of County Assets and the CIO, responsible for our technology solutions for the county. I just wanted to spend a couple of minutes, you can, I think, advance to the next slide, a couple of minutes talking about the benefits that this network brings to us. I'm going to talk about our community benefits. Our partnership with the city and the other partners listed on our previous slide is vital for the delivery of services to Multnomah County. Many of our existing locations will be using this network, and it is the platform on which we will deliver services. So under community benefits, I just wanted to highlight the link to digital equity and the initiatives that we have going on in our community, which have the need for connectivity has never been more apparent than through the past 12 months. But in tying it into the Multnomah County Library, we expect this network to serve all of our branches. And with the recent passage of the Library Capital Bond, we will be increasing our community offerings, both what we offer technology-wise in our locations, as well as adding additional branches that will rely on this network. We operate 9 school-based health centers. Unfortunately, not all of them are open right now, but at all of those locations, we require connectivity, and we are increasing the use of telehealth appointments and plan to do that in the future. Again, really relying on expanding capabilities of this network. And then finally, as we build new buildings, and in the past 3 to 5 years, the new Multnomah County Courthouse and the Gladys McCoy Health Headquarters, both were designed to be able to provide and support state-of-the-art technology, again, requiring a very robust network with the ability to increase and decrease bandwidth in a way that makes better sense for us. So those are some of the community benefits. Jacob Farkas is going to talk next about some of the other benefits, and I'll let him introduce himself.
Great, thanks, Tracy. Hi, my name is Jacob Farkas, and I am a project manager with Multnomah County. And as Tracy noted, I'm going to touch on some of the technology benefits of this network. And Beth talked a lot about this early on, the ability to scale based on the needs of our locations. So having that power within the city to increase bandwidth to any of our sites is really a great way for us to move forward. Additionally, in terms of the planning of the network, we have identified several hub sites throughout the county, which we can then expand upon. So a hub site would be something like the home base of a network, and then you can build off of it like a hub and spoke type of approach. And then the partnership benefits really all blend together here. So being able to partner with the city and the other organizations gives us an opportunity to engage with providers like Astound. We can have strength in numbers with each of the sites that we bring to the table, which then ultimately can drive the cost down for us as we move forward in bringing sites on. So we see a great benefit in participating with the city and the other agencies in making these things happen for us. And that's what Multnomah County has to present today. We can move on to the next slide. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Tracy and Jacob. I appreciate your time. The next partner, many of you may already be familiar with, is Elizabeth Perez, the Interim Director for the Office for Community Technology. Elizabeth.
Thank you. And we can go to the next slide. So as Beth mentioned, my name is Elizabeth Perez. I am the Interim Director for the Office for Community Technology. So thanks for having me here today. We're here to voice our support for the Astound broadband contract and share a little bit about how OCT and BTS have and hope to continue to work collaboratively to support digital access needs of the community. So our two bureaus have been longstanding partners on the iNet, which is the fiber network that provides public agency connectivity currently. And through this partnership, we've secured resources through the cable franchise agreements, built a network of public agency partners, and ensured quality service to about 300 sites via the iNet. Mayor, at the work session that we had in January on digital equity, you asked me a little bit about, what kind of investments we should be making, and if this is kind of the type of investment that is necessary due to changing technology. And I said it then, and I'll say it again, that yes, this is definitely a piece that we need. The fiber backbone will not change. That is something that we're going to need regardless of the technology. And it'll be something that we'll need to maintain and keep up to date regardless. So we're excited about the opportunities this network and the collaboration between OCT and BTS could bring in the future. The project lays the groundwork for possible future digital equity initiatives that we know will rely on a scalable, robust fiber backbone. And OCT sees a significant long-term potential to leverage the network shared by public institutions. So, while I think the ideal is always to have fiber to the home, for now, improving the public access points for residents, so making sure that broadband reliability and capacity is there at community centers, libraries, and other anchor institutions is important for residents who have historically relied on internet in those places. And really for a lot of those places, that is where they're getting their digital literacy training and technical support. Again, in the future, we could see, this does promote competition and increase service provider options for our community anchor institutions. And then eventually, if we want to do an investment that goes further and serve our residents, we could do that through an expanded public Wi-Fi network or deliver direct services to homes through a leased fiber or a municipal option described in the county-led municipal broadband feasibility study. So that would give residents a greater choice in providers. So there's a lot of opportunity here, but first and foremost, it's something that we need to provide our services to the community and make sure all of our public agency partners can continue to provide service to our community. And then with further investment and planning, we could leverage this network for more. So that is all I have to say, but I will also be around for any questions at the end.
Great, thank you, Elizabeth. Clerk, if you'd like to forward to the next slide, please. So I want to talk very quickly about the details surrounding the contract today. Astound Broadband will install dark fiber to 171 locations today. I want to jump down to that monthly cost. It's $500 a month per location. I want to stress that this is an extremely competitive rate by today's standards. This is a great rate to be paying for the type of service. But on the bullet point about the fixed rate, the rates are going to be fixed for the term of the contract. So for 10 years, this rate will not be subject to inflationary or contractual increases. This is an extremely competitive agreement with Astound Broadband. I think you're already aware of the fact that, pardon me, the city will completely control the bandwidth at these locations. This is that cable box. We will own the electronics. So we have complete control of that bandwidth, which means that we can increase the speed at any one of the locations at any time, should they be growing or adding services. And we will still pay the same rate that this contract has if it's 5 years from now or 8 years from now. It's extremely important aspect of this contract. Again, it's an $11 million contract for a period of 10 years, and I am seeking council approval for this contract. Clerk, if you'd like to forward the next slide, please. So in summary today, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners, there's a lot of advantages for us, not only us, but our regional partners with this particular agreement. The foremost in my mind that we just spoke about is the fact that these rates are set for 10 years. And again, it's compelling. It is a very affordable rate for the city to be paying and our partners. We control the bandwidth. That is an important factor in this. And we've spent years looking for the best solution, the one that fits the needs the city has the best. And we feel that this one is the best technically, but is also the most financially sound solution for these locations. So we're very pleased with this. So again, it supports not only our capacity planning and the implementation of new services, but it also supports those of our regional partners. And I'm asking solely for the approval of the ordinance. So at this time, I would like to open it up to questions. I'd like to encourage you to ask plenty of questions if you like about the ordinance.
Great presentation. Colleagues, any questions at this point before we open it up to public testimony? Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that incredible presentation. Well done, Beth and team. As you were talking, one thing occurred to me. Of course, who wouldn't want a fixed rate for a 10-year period of time, right? That's kind of a gimme. I would have led with that, right? We're going to pay the same thing for 10 years, right? Any questions? But the other thing that came to mind as you were talking, if the fixed rate is $500 per location, what does that mean?
That means for every fiber build to a location, they pay $500 a month for it. So maybe you have cable in your house today and you pay $100 a month. I'm going to be conservative. So you pay $100 a month and you get that internet connection. And in homes today, you can pretty much do anything as long as you have wireless connectivity. So essentially, any of the locations will be connected, be able to run any and all of the services that they have available to them on this network.
So Beth, let me be a little more specific. So today, city employees, managers have to pay for, say, each email. They pay per email. If we are now going to have a fiber system that actually allows us to increase the bandwidth, are we still going to have to be paying, say, per email account? Or is it just the office pays the set fee of $500?
You will still be paying for the email account. This service is currently in these locations, but the rate is actually a little bit higher than the $500 a month. So what we're doing is we're upgrading a service that provides connectivity, and that's what you're paying for. You will still pay for the email rate.
Well, so we still are not creating access for city employees to the city's communication tools, is what you're telling me.
I'm going to chime in here from I'm going to give you a little bit more technical answer. So connectivity to a location is different than the applications that you run over it. So the actual connection is what this contract is covering. The connectivity is going to be able to go expand or contract, but the pricing will remain static. These locations.
So there is no cost for an individual email account. We are paying it because of some formula that grupuse to determine how much we pay for city services. So if I was going to go out and buy it, right, it's like I'm not buying, if I have a Comcast, I'm not buying email separately.
Right. The email itself is an application that runs on the connection. And so the contract, and so BTS has those costs that they bill to end users, like the bureaus outlined in that way. This would be the connectivity portion of what locations pay for. So right now, bureaus pay a fire station, for instance, or a park has to pay to connect into the city network, and that's the controlled city network. And that's the only portion that we're speaking of today. Those other things like email applications or cloud services or accounting and tax software, things like that, those are applications that ride over this connection. So this will not impact the email costs. This is a separate connectivity item that you would see as part of a location.
So I appreciate that, Jessica. Thank you. Let me just say that we must solve that problem. We have too many city employees that don't have access to data because of the overwhelming cost that is charged by the Office of Technology in order for us to have email. I have over 800 employees in one bureau that does not have access to email. If we're creating solutions, that is a solution that we must, that's a problem that we must solve as a city. As we continue to expand access to fiber optic or communication in general. I just want to put just a pin in that. We're not going to solve it today, but it still does not make sense to me that we are paying for individual email accounts because it doesn't make sense. It's never made sense. And I hope I get a briefing sometime soon to say how we're going to resolve it.
So Beth and I will take that back and report it to our leadership.
Very good. Any questions at this time, colleagues? Any public testimony on this item, Keelan?
I see Commissioner Rubio's hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Rubio.
Thank you. So first, just thank you. It was a great, very informative presentation. I have a question. Are we unique or are other governments moving in this direction? And then how do we compare to other cities nationally about what we're doing overall?
It's a very good question. And I think actually you have to take a look at the unique nature of each city. So we are unique in that the city of Portland actually started building its own fiber optic networks and had some of the iNet in place almost 20 years ago. So we've got a rather good foundation in place. We have a substantial fiber network compared to some other smaller municipalities. But the smaller the municipality, usually they have the ability to roll it out on a more residential basis. But the city of Portland's network is strictly public agency only. And so if you take a look at us as a public agency network, we're doing rather well. But we are confined to that space. We do kind of keep our network controlled in that space.
I'll speak to the dark fiber component. Many municipals, whether small or large, are moving to this. The other thing in the public environment is schools, university systems, counties have moved from a carrier, what we would consider a lit environment, where the carrier provides a piece of bandwidth for each location. In the public sector, you do find folks moving to the dark fiber because the bandwidth constraints are tremendous because of all of the applications, the smartphones that we've got our desks now, and special wireless devices that come along with the occupation, such as whether you're a parks individual and you carry a tablet with you, those types of things have stressed all public networks with regard to bandwidth. And so you see a lot of public networks moving over to this type of solution because they just can't keep up with the cost.
Excuse me, Jessica, there's a lot of, it sounds like you're underwater. I don't know where the interference is coming from, but it's really difficult to hear you.
Sorry, I'll try to speak up and lean forward. So a lot of public entities, agencies have moved to this dark fiber because it keeps up with the bandwidth the requirements just continue to grow as devices continue to be deployed and software solutions continue to roll out.
you just see the bandwidth increasing. And so this has been an answer for many public institutions.
Mayor, if I may, I just have a question about the dark. What did you call it? The dark what?
Dark fiber. So
Yeah.
fiber optic cable is light, essentially. So when it's in the ground, before you connect it to a piece of electronics, it's dark. There's no light running through it. The minute you plug it into a piece of electronics, you have lit the fiber. So essentially with this contract, we're just asking Astound Broadband to deliver dark fiber to the location. Don't light it, just make it available to us, and we will attach our electronics and light the fiber.
Because normally when you put dark on the front of something, it's a bad thing in American culture anyway, right? So I was just curious about just the term itself. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Any questions before we open this up to public testimony? Seeing none. Keelan, do we have people signed up for public testimony?
No, we have no one signed up.
Please call the roll.
Rubio.
Thank you, Mayor and BTS, for this very informative presentation. And it's very clear that you put a lot of thought and research and work to get it to the point of bringing us what's here today. And one thing we've learned over the last year, obviously the deep digital divide that exists for people in need. And for some people, the internet is their only lifeline. So I'm excited about the potential leverage points that this project could bring. And I'm looking forward to continuing the work to move towards digital equity with affordability. It's one step, but it's a step closer that gives us more control and agency moving forward. So I vote aye.
Ryan.
Thank you for that thorough presentation, and Director Perez for your leadership. I vote aye.
Hardesty.
I saw Commissioner Ryan's face when I was talking about how much it costs to have email at the city of Portland. And I think many of my newer colleagues just might not know what a long haul battle it has been, actually trying to reduce the cost and access to email for city employees. So I would encourage the Office of Technology Services to actually include my colleagues as they're doing briefings around what we have today and what the potential is for the future. As far as today, Beth and Jessica, what a remarkable job you've done. This is a very thoughtful resolution. I am thrilled to be able to support it. Anytime the city can lock in our costs for a decade, it's impressive, no matter what it is we're buying. But I like the thoughtfulness under which we are making this shift. And it creates opportunities for us in the future as we continue to address the digital divide, not just inside City Hall, but in our communities that we serve. So I'm happy to vote aye.
Maps.
I want to thank our colleagues for that very thorough presentation. This is a great project, and I'm excited and happy to vote aye.
Wheeler.
I vote aye. The ordinance is adopted. Thank you, everybody, for your hard work on this. Next up, 132.
Amend interim management agreement with Pioneer Courthouse Square, Inc. to extend the term of the agreement and increase amount by $570,000.
Commissioner Rubio.
Thank you. I'm pleased to bring this ordinance forward today. Pioneer Courthouse Square, Inc. has successfully managed the square on behalf of the city for over 35 years pursuant to various agreements. The current agreement will expire in a few months and needs to be amended to extend the term and to add funds to the contract amount to cover COVID and other related costs, as well as regular ongoing operational costs. And to hear more about this, I will turn it over to Park staff for their presentation.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Dylan Paul. I use he, him pronouns. I'm the property manager for the property and business development manager for the Bureau of Parks and Recreation. I'm joined here today with our partner and manager for the square, Jennifer Pulver, Executive Director for Pioneer Courthouse Square Incorporated. The purpose of our item today is to seek approval to authorize an amendment for the city's interim management agreement contract with Pioneer Courthouse Square Incorporated. When making decisions related to the square and its partners, it's important to remember the long history and original intent for the site. However, due to time and relevancy, I will abbreviate most of it and touch on the most important parts as they relate to today's presentation. I apologize in advance if I miss anything or leave anything out that is important to anyone on this call. By the mid to late 70s, the city's downtown plan included the development of a large public space that led to the purchase of the square, which at that time was still a parking garage. After an international design competition, a Portland-based design team led by local architect Willard Martin went on to lead the design for Portland's living room. With visioning support from former commissioners Jordan and Lindbergh, the finished site would then go on to be featured in Time magazine as one of the 10 most notable design achievements in the country. Today, the square is home to more than 300 separate events that are programmed and managed by our partner at the site, and is home to commuters from all over Portland. Funding for the construction of the park came from many areas, including the city, community partnerships, and brick sales. Born out of those relationship needs to build, manage, and operate the square, the 501c3 nonprofit Pioneer Courthouse Square Incorporated was formed with the intent to manage the square on behalf of the city, its stakeholders, and has done so since the park's opening in 1983. The agreement with Pioneer Courthouse Square has been transformed many times over the years. The current interim agreement was meant to be temporary, while a new long-term management agreement could be negotiated. But recent and older ongoing events have prolonged those discussions. It is the intent of the parties to now negotiate a new long-term agreement over the next 12 months that honors the shared past, or the past shared here today, but keeps up with the city's modern needs. This includes ongoing work from a former amendment where Pioneer Courthouse Square agreed to contract with either an internal or an external consultant approved by PP&R to explore and draft a new financially sustainable operational management plan to help with the drafting of the new agreement. The intent was for them to provide us with an updated management plan in line with their current role at the square. For this agreement, PP&R would still be using in-house city resources and the city attorney's office to negotiate and draft any formal agreement. This amendment is for both time and money, and I vote today would result in a 12-month extension of the current agreement and add an additional $570,000 to the maximum contract amount. Of the $570,000 being discussed today, $110,131 has already been authorized by council as part of the 2021 fall bump process. For additional expenses related to one-time COVID operating expenses and repair costs related to city property damage surrounding protest activity over the past year, the approved $110,131 could not be paid to Pioneer Courthouse Square due to their contract exceeding the maximum limits delegated to staff, thus necessitating its return to council for action today, along with the need to extend for time. The remaining not to exceed amount of $459,896 is reserved for regular and ongoing work under the management agreement between the city and Pioneer Courthouse Square Inc. For services provided in the coming 2021 fiscal year. These services include full-time bathroom attendants, site security, and restroom management cleaning services. The restrooms at the square provide services for roughly 30,000 Portlanders each month. And with that, I'll end my presentation and answer any questions that council may have.
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation, Dylan. My question is around, you're requesting the city provide resources so that you can hire a consultant to negotiate the new contract. Why would we do that?
Yeah, excellent question. So under the current management agreement, Pioneer Courthouse Square Inc. Manages and programs the square. The request is not for the city to provide those, but for Pioneer Courthouse Square Incorporated to act in its capacity as the city extension management agency to come up with a financially sustainable plan. And then for that to be memorialized in a contract extension that will be negotiated with city staff internally.
So I'm sorry, would you say that again, Dylan? You are going to hire a consultant to do what?
So Pioneer Courthouse Square Incorporated is going to work with a consultant to come up with a financial management plan that would then be presented to the city. The city would then take that and incorporate it into a potential future agreement negotiation that would be led by in-house resources. So Pioneer Courthouse Square essentially provides management services. As part of the duties under that agreement, we're asking them to provide somewhat of a forward-looking, sustainable and financial management plan for ongoing operations at that site.
So I just want to be clear that the city will be the one negotiating with this nonprofit, Pioneer Square Inc., right? And I am hopeful that Commissioner Rubio and I will work together, because there are a lot of these agreements in a very small geographic area downtown, and we will be looking at all of those collectively. So I'm not sure what's happened in the past around these agreements, but I think we're going to be looking at it with an eye towards equity and making sure that we're not duplicating services with a whole variety of public-private partnerships downtown. We're going to be looking at them thoroughly. So I don't think that we can assume that we're just going to automatically just renew it as you've seen it in the past. We need much more, at least for the, let me say, at least for the ones that I am responsible for. I am taking a very deep dive, because just because we've done something for 30, 40 years doesn't mean that it is still in the best interest of the people of the city of Portland. So we have a city council that's actually thinking differently and outside the boxes we've been in. So I just don't want you to go down a path and then think because of today that we've authorized a passive action that we have not. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
And I'll just chime in here too. I think that we're all on the same page about this. I had a chance to talk to Jennifer earlier this week, and we are all on the same page about it. Jennifer has done a lot of great work, but this has been a hard year for the square, as it is for everyone. And we just need this time, and she needs this time so that she can do due diligence and create a thoughtful plan that considers the new landscape that we're in. And then also has important questions about, their organization has grown as well and has different needs as the landscape has changed. So she's quite aware of this. If she's on, she could probably speak to it too. But I just want to assure folks that this is about planning and conversations and doing the big look about where the square is. And she's very, very ready to engage, and we're ready to engage with her. And Commissioner, absolutely, I'll love to meet with you to hear some of those questions so that I can make sure that I'm aware of what you'll be looking for as we continue to work.
Excellent, thank you. And Jennifer's here. She's been chomping at the bits, but we've been so I'll stop and give Jennifer an opportunity to weigh in. Thank you, Commissioner Rubio. I'm looking forward to that work, because I do think that we just have a lot of stuff that just doesn't make sense today. It may have made sense a long time ago, and I'm looking forward to us looking at everything with a critical eye. So I appreciate your willingness to do that. Jennifer?
I just wanted to say thank you to Parks and to Dylan and Todd Lofgren and Director Long and Commissioner Rubio for their help and support in bringing this forward today. I will acknowledge it has been an incredibly challenging and difficult year, that we are adapting to sort of a new normal landscape and want to look ahead with the lens of equity and really look at what is a sustainable long-term plan. And so we are excited to engage in that process. There are really critical public services that small site provides, and the 30,000 people a month that are using, they all use their public restroom. And it gets a lot of really intense use and has been a really important asset over the last year. So we look forward to figuring out how we can regroup after this year and kind of move forward with Parks and figuring out the best solution for our collective future. So thank you all for considering this today. Appreciate it.
Very good. Any further questions? Keelan, is there any public testimony on this item?
No, no one signed up for this
This is
item.
an emergency ordinance. Please call the roll.
Rubio.
Well, thank you. And I want to thank Dylan for your presentation and work on this. And I especially want to acknowledge the great and important work of Jennifer Pulver for her many years of service and leadership at Pioneer Courthouse Square. I think she's been there 10 years, 10 plus years.
18.
Oh my gosh. Okay, 18.
Scary.
So she's had a lot, she's managed really great oversight over one of our most cherished assets. And there is no better person, I think, to be engaged in this big look. She really has the wisdom and experience of the years past, and is ready to really talk about, and draw on those experiences about what and project what we can look towards moving forward. And also just wanting to highlight that, this is Portland's living room. It's where we go to gather, to advocate for things that are really important to us, to engage about the future of our city, and to celebrate events and milestones, and also to, listen and dance and hang out with our friends and family, or simply to eat lunch on the bricks on a really sunny day. And so COVID has been hard for all of us, and equally hard on the square. And we must continue to take care of it for future generations of Portlanders to visit and enjoy. So as Parks Commissioner, I look forward to learning more about and engaging more on the long-term vision for Pioneer Courthouse Square, and how the city can continue to work with the square and supporters for many years to come. So I vote aye.
Ryan.
Yeah, thank you for the information today. And I really do look forward to getting down there this week. I really appreciate what you're doing around COVID-19 and to memorialize that. I vote aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye, the ordinance is adopted. Thank you, everyone. Great presentation. Next up, item 133, also an emergency ordinance.
Authorize the Bureau of Transportation to acquire certain permanent and temporary rights necessary for construction of the Northeast 60th Avenue and Northeast Halsey Street Area Improvements Project through the exercise of the city's eminent domain authority.
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. The Northeast Halsey Street Area Improvement Project will improve the flow of traffic on Northeast Halsey Street between 57th and 60th Avenue. In addition, and other areas that staff will give you more details on. This is an important project because it will address traffic safety concerns in a high crash corridor area. And what this will do is authorize the Bureau of Transportation to acquire permanent and temporary rights for property in that area. I believe Marty Maloney from PBOT is here to speak on this issue. Am I accurate? There you are, Marty. Hi.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Actually, at this time, I'll hand it over to Nicole to begin the presentation, and then I'll follow up at the end of hers.
Okay, thank you. Nicole?
All right, I am going to share my screen. Do that.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Nicole Pierce. I'm a capital project manager at PBOT, and I'm here in support of Marty Maloney and our right-of-way division to give you a brief overview of the Northeast 60th and Halsey area project. This is a $9 million project with a few sources of funding, House Bill 2017, capital set aside, and transportation system development charges. We will be going to bid on this project this fall as soon as the right-of-way phase is complete, which means that construction will start in early 2022. So the limits of this project include Northeast Halsey Street, which, as Commissioner Hardesty mentioned, is a high crash corridor from 47th to 60th Avenue, and Northeast 60th Avenue from Halsey down to the 60th Avenue Max station. So this project came out of a couple of past planning efforts. The first was the 2009 East Side Max Station Communities Plan.
which was a joint effort with PBOT and the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. This was a land use and transportation plan for the Max Station neighborhoods from 60th to 162nd. And that plan made some general recommendations to improve the sidewalk on 60th north of the Max Station and to enhance the business district around 60th and Halsey. So then in 2017, PBOT's Growing Transit Communities Plan included a more specific design concept for widening the sidewalks on 60th Avenue and recommended a corridor safety improvement along Halsey to widen out the substandard 9-foot travel lanes and to eliminate the pro-time parking. And for those of you who don't know, and I learned this fairly recently myself, pro-time parking, it's a lane that vehicles can't park in certain times of the day. So on Halsey, you can't park on the north side, you know, the westbound side in the morning, and then you can't park on the eastbound side for a couple hours in the evening. So that's the pro-time parking. And then that 2017 plan also recommended rebuilding some of the traffic signals on Halsey. So what is the project actually going to do out of those planning efforts? On Halsey, we're going to repave part of the project area where the pavement is in really bad shape. So that'll be from 53rd to 60th, we'll be repaving. We are going to replace the traffic signals on Halsey at 47th, 53rd, 57th, and 60th. We're going to reconfigure the traffic lanes on Halsey. So where we currently have 4 of those substandard narrow 9-foot lanes with the pro-time parking, we'll now have 1 lane in each direction with the center turn lane in the middle. So from a 4 to a 3-lane cross section. And so because we're going to that 3-lane cross section, we'll also have space in that center lane to add 2 new pedestrian crossing median islands at 50th and 55th. And we'll also be upgrading the curb ramps along Halsey and adding some street lighting at crossings. And then we're also working on Northeast 60th Avenue. We'll be repaving there as well from Halsey down to the structure that goes over I-84. And we'll be widening the sidewalk there on 60th from the current very narrow 4 feet out to a 6.5-foot sidewalk. We'll also be installing curb extensions, curb ramps, and adding some street lighting. So this slide just summarizes the improvements on Halsey, which I just went through while you guys were looking at that map. And similarly, this slide summarizes the improvements on 60th. So public involvement for this project. We held an in-person open house back in May 2019. It was pre-COVID, of course. And that was attended by over 100 people. So we got a good turnout for that. And we also did an online open house at that time, and we received 285 comments. I also presented at several Rose City Park Land Use and Transportation Committee meetings, and we did make some tweaks to the project based on the feedback we received. And then I've also sent letters to property owners, in part to give them a heads up about the upcoming right-of-way process. And with that, I will segue to my colleague, Marty Maloney, who will talk to you about the right-of-way process.
Sorry. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Marty Maloney with PBOT Right-of-Way. Agenda item 133 gives PBOT authority to compensate affected property owners for needed permanent and temporary easements and necessary to condemn for these property rights associated with the Northeast 60th and Halsey area improvements project. Minor permanent easements are necessary at 3 property corners to provide code compliant ADA ramp grades, as well as 49 temporary easements to support construction of project improvements. These permanent and temporary easements will allow certain ADA and sidewalk facilities to be constructed within the project corridor. All affected property owners have been informed of the project need for these property rights and were invited to attend the reading as well. So this concludes the presentation, and if council has any questions, we'd be more than happy to answer any that you may have.
Colleagues, any questions? Keelan, do we have any public testimony?
No.
Please call the roll.
Rubio.
Aye.
Ryan.
I just wanted to say I appreciate learning about, what was the term?
High crash quarters.
No, it wasn't that. It was when you can't park between like 4 and 6 p.m.
Pro time parking. Pro time.
Pro time parking. Thank you. I always wondered what that was. All right. Aye.
Hardesty.
Who says we don't learn something new every day here in this job, right? Thank you so much to Marty and to Nicole. This is really critical infrastructure improvement, and as we said over and over, this is a high crash area that desperately needs these repairs. Happy to vote aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The ordinance is adopted. Next item 134, very similar.
Authorize the Bureau of Transportation to acquire certain temporary rights necessary for construction of the North Lombard Street, St. Louis, Richmond roadway improvement project through the exercise of the city's eminent domain authority.
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to just turn it back over to my team. I believe David is going to speak. David Backus.
Backus, yeah. Thank you.
All right, I was almost right the first time, is going to speak on this issue. Take it away, David.
All right, thanks a lot. I'm going to attempt to share my screen here, do a brief presentation. And all right, I think it might have worked. So yeah, I'm David Backus. I am the capital project manager for the North Lombard Main Street Repair Project here in St. John's, where I am actually calling in from. So thanks for the opportunity to give a little overview here. This is about a $4 million project, and 3/4 of the funding is from the Build Portland program, which is pretty exciting. I think this is actually one of the first projects out of the gate for Build Portland. We're approaching final plans, so really close to wrapping up the design of this project.
Excuse me, David, could you take a couple of seconds and say what Build Portland is?
Yeah, Build Portland is a funding stream that I believe has been in existence for a few years now, but I think the basic idea is that it's using expiring urban renewal areas to fund infrastructure projects. And the main, one of the main objectives for that funding stream is to help relieve the future maintenance burden on the city. So for this project, Lombard is, I think it's considered a failing street because of all the cracking and all of that. So the idea is that we can get in once, fix the street so we don't have to come fix potholes in an area that they're going to show up again next year. So yeah.
Thank you.
So like I said, this project is in St. John's. So the downtown core of St. John's, really the main business district. We have Richmond over here on the east side, and closer to kind of the northwest side, we have St. Louis. And we're looking at that whole downtown core for the roadway repair. And I'll get into a little bit more of the scope in a couple slides here. So some of this is a little bit of a repeat of what I was talking about for Build Portland, but the PBOT asset manager identified this portion of Lombard between Richmond and St. Louis as having poor pavement condition and would be an appropriate candidate for Build Portland. But we also applied our safety, equity, and managing growth lenses. So this Lombard's on the high crash network. It's in a high equity need area. So St. John's in general has lower incomes, more diverse than Portland as a whole. And we're looking at an area that is a key TriMet link. So a lot of transit dependent folks here, and the improvements will also help improve lines 4, 16, 44, and 75. They all roll right through downtown St. John's. So some of the project elements are making it easier to use the bus and easier to cross the street, things like that. So our goals that we're looking at are creating an accessible environment for people walking and using mobility devices. We want it to be a more welcoming multimodal environment. So like I said, easier to cross the street, help people get around the Lombard Main Street more easily, reliably, and efficiently. And I mentioned this earlier, but reduce our infrastructure funding gap. So this is kind of, let's fix it all, do a really good job, and kind of keep the potholes out of the street for a long time to come. So the main cost driver of the project is repairing the street. And I have a picture here in a couple slides that talks, or that you can actually see a little bit more about it. But we're also, along with this project, building 52 ADA curb ramps. The sidewalks in this area are pretty old and a lot of them don't have ramps at all. So this will actually be adding a bunch of ramps, which will be great for the neighborhood. This will be curb extensions, so better visibility when people are waiting to cross the street, and bus stop extensions. One of the things that happens right now is the bus can't fully pull to the curb. So they're kind of halfway into the curb and halfway in the street, and people will kind of drive around the bus into oncoming traffic, which is obviously not ideal. But this project's actually pulling the curb out to meet the bus, so the buses don't pull over anymore. And the idea is that it'll make it easier to get on and off the bus, and people will be less tempted to kind of drive around into traffic to get around them. We're also putting in concrete bus pads to make the street more durable. So where the bus stops are, when the buses slow down or speed up, you'll get less of that kind of ripple effect in the pavement because that area will be all completely done in concrete. We're removing a couple old traffic signals that are no longer necessary, and we're adding a rapid flashing beacon right in front of James John Elementary School where kids cross the street to get to school, and there's a bus stop right near there too. And then just some traffic signal upgrades, working with TriMet on making their routing a little bit more efficient through the neighborhood. So the buses work a little bit better. So here's our little graphic of the project, just showing some more of the details here. This picture, so one of the days we went out to see where, oh, I guess one point I missed, sorry, just to go back really quick. In 1903, the trolley tracks were basically extended through this section of Lombard here in St. John's. So one of the reasons we can't just do, send the machine to do a grind and pave in this area is that we would probably hit the tracks. So we need to pull out the old trolley tracks to do the road work itself. So we went out one day to locate them, with basically a fancy metal detector, and saw that you don't even need a metal detector because the rail's actually poking through the pavement in some of the spots. So you can see here, asphalt laid on top of brick and old rail. So all of that's coming out. It's going to be a brand new road, curb extensions, and bus stop extensions, like I mentioned before. I've been the project manager on this project since it started. So I've been the one point of contact for the community for about 2.5 years now when we started public involvement. So again, like the last project, we started pre-COVID and did some walks in the neighborhood. We've done canvassing in English and Spanish to all of the businesses up and down Lombard in our project area. Met with the neighborhood association and the business boosters quite a few times throughout the last couple of years, and have just tried to stay in as good touch with everybody as possible in these times. So keeping the project website updated, I've had phone calls and video calls with some of the community members, and just tried to keep everybody as looped into the project as possible. And I believe Marty can jump in here just to talk about our right-of-way needs.
Yeah, definitely. Mayor, Commissioners, Marty Maloney, PBOT right-of-way. Agenda item 134 gives PBOT the authority to compensate affected property owners for needed temporary rights and, if necessary, to condemn for these property rights associated with the North Lombard Main Street Repair Project. Permanent right-of-way is not necessary for the project. Only temporary rights will be needed from about 4 properties to support construction of project improvements. These temporary rights will allow construction support of certain ADA and sidewalk facilities being constructed within the city's existing rights of way. All affected property owners have been informed of the project need for these temporary rights and were invited to attend the reading of this agenda item. So that concludes the presentation. So if council has any questions at this time, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Very good. Colleagues, any questions on this item? It was a pretty thorough presentation. Any public testimony on this item, Keelan?
No, no one signed up.
This is an emergency ordinance. Please call the roll.
Rubio.
Thank you to PBOT and Commissioner Hardesty for bringing forward this today, and I'm glad to support this to improve the safety on our streets. I vote aye.
Ryan.
Yeah, as a Roosevelt grad, I know that area really well, and I just want to really acknowledge the rapid flashing beacon across next to James John Elementary, and also thank you for meeting with their PTA, James John, as well. I really appreciate that. Aye.
Hardesty.
With 4 billion in backlog of maintenance, it is wonderful to see the creativity that PBOT uses to try to soak every dollar to invest in our street repairs. This is an absolutely necessary project, and I'm grateful to the great work that's been done to lay the groundwork for this work to begin. I'm happy to vote aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The ordinance is adopted. Last item for this morning, 135.
Authorize the addition of 2 coordinator positions in the Office of Community and Civic Life, and to authorize a grant agreement with a nonprofit organization to provide liability insurance coverage for neighborhood associations and place-based community groups in Southwest Portland.
Very good. And with that, Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. As you know, on January 2nd, I was assigned the Office of Community and Civic Life. And one of the big issues that had been outstanding when I took over that bureau was the Southwest Neighborhood Coalition's stability. As you may know, last year, the City Council withheld funding because there was an audit that needed to be conducted. I have here today from my staff, Kristen Johnson, who's done an incredible job of a deep dive into the Office of Civic Life to make a presentation on this ordinance. And I will turn it over to her and then come back for questions. Good morning, Kristen. Take it away. Or I guess it may be afternoon now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, and thank you all commissioners and the mayor for allowing me to be here to present on this. I'm going to provide a little bit of background on how we got here today. In July of 2020, based on concerns of suspicious activity, abuse of power, conflicts of interest, lack of transparency, and inequitable practices, Council made the decision to pause the funding of Southwest Neighborhoods, Inc. for their provision of district coalition services pending an audit, an independent third-party financial audit. And so following that action, the city hired an independent third-party firm, Marsh Minnick, for the provision of that audit. And that firm is free from conflicts of interest, and they were hired specifically to ensure bias-free findings. Their work commenced in September of 2020. In November of 2020, the audit concluded and results were released with findings of financial mismanagement, a lack of transparency, internal controls that are either dysfunctional and ineffective or absent and deficient, and concerns around board dysfunction, including bullying. In January 2021, as the commissioner said, she became the commissioner in charge of the Office of Community and Civic Life and began her due diligence on this issue. Following meetings with stakeholders, including board members, Southwest neighbors, city attorneys, other stakeholders to Sweeney, we present the ordinance today for a first reading. This ordinance seeks to authorize 2 FTE coordinator positions in the Office of Community and Civic Life to provide the services outlined in city code and ONE standards, as the office already does with 2 other district coalitions. No additional funding is needed, and pending a class comp review and the creation of position descriptions, we will realign existing budget appropriation in the spring bump. The ordinance also provides for the provision of a $20,000 grant to work with a nonprofit specifically for the provision of insurance and fiscal sponsorship, which again, we do this with the 2 other coalitions that the city provides services to. The ordinance allows for that grant to be renewed in both fiscal years 22-23 and fiscal year 23-24, and that nonprofit partner will be chosen through an open competitive process. And finally, the ordinance recognizes that while these actions are specific to one organization, the entirety of the system and the service provision, the equity of service provision is very important to everyone here at council. And that recognition comes by requiring that we schedule a future work session so that council can work collaboratively on the larger issue of service provision to neighborhood associations and district coalitions to ensure that the provision of equitable services and to resolve longstanding issues as identified by the city auditor's office. I am happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Well done, Kristen. Any questions, colleagues? Commissioner Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. Thank you, Kristen. That was really informative. And since you're on the Zoom at the moment, I think it's appropriate to ask this question. You stated that this is looking at additional 2 FTE. And then I think I heard that there's no cost impact here, financial impact. So could you explain that just a little bit more? But because there were services being provided by the organization Sweeney, and so were there, how many FTEs were involved at Sweeney that were providing the same service? I'm just curious about the services that would be provided, of course, for this part of our city.
Of course, yeah. So the city would authorize 2 FTE to provide the services, like I said, that are outlined in code and ONE standards. And the reason we don't need additional funding is because the money that would have been a grant to Southwest Neighborhood Inc. would be sufficient to provide those services in-house. And so just like the other coalitions at the city, they have 2 or 3 FTE to provide those services. So this is on par with the number of FTE in the other city-run district coalitions.
Is it on par with what Sweeney was providing in terms of service?
Sweeney had, I don't remember off the top of my head exactly how many FTE they had, but I know, they had the executive director and I think 2 or 3 FTE perhaps, and lots of volunteers. They surely had volunteers, yeah.
Thank you. Just had to get a little more clear about that. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. Commissioner Mapps.
Sorry about that. I want to thank Commissioner Hardesty's staff and everyone over at Civic Life for the hard work that you've done on this issue. And I also want to recognize the important and difficult work that Civic Life does in general. In an age of COVID, Portland needs Civic Life more than ever. Civic Life promotes community safety and livability. They clean up graffiti and fight noise pollution. And they promote social capital in our city by connecting neighbors. And I think that's why Civic Life is so important to our city. And I think that's why it's also so important that we as a council help the Bureau innovate and heal. I also want to say that I am saddened by the demise of Sweeney. I think of Sweeney as a noble organization that was largely run by volunteers and has served the neighborhoods of Southwest Portland for nearly half a century. I also want to say I accept Civic Life's decision to stop funding Sweeney. The Bureau evaluated Sweeney's performance in good faith and decided to go in a different direction. And while I accept the decision to move in a different direction, I'd like to learn more about where this new direction leads us. As I understand it, the proposal before us would move staffing for the 17 neighborhoods in Southwest from an independent group like Sweeney to 2 new staff positions based within Civic Life. For me, that proposal raises questions about how Civic Life in general goes about staffing Portland's 95 different neighborhoods. Currently, Civic Life takes a hybrid approach to how we go about supporting our neighborhoods. We have 95 different neighborhood associations, which are supported by 7 different neighborhood coalitions. 2 of those coalitions are staffed by city employees, and 5 are staffed by nonprofit organizations. Now, I'm sure some people who are new to this organization or this system might be wondering, why does Portland have this odd hybrid approach to staffing coalition offices? And the answer is this: every decade or so, a coalition office tends to get in trouble, either legally or because of financial constraints. And in response to that crisis, we have pulled those positions into the Office of Civic Life. One of my concerns is the sort of ad hoc approach that we have historically taken to providing supports to our neighborhood associations. I think there's a question before us: what's the best way to support Portland's 95 different neighborhoods?
We have, as you know, I continue to meet with current staff and former staff. I continue to talk to the stakeholders in our current system, and I'm continuing to review all the programs that are in the Office of Civic Life and through a lens of, is this the appropriate home for this particular program? So once I have completed that is when we will have a work session so that I am bringing all of my colleagues along together as we start reimagining what the possibilities are around civic and community life. So just want to put that on the public record to say, this is one decision about one process that I'm asking for your support for at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Ryan, before we get to Commissioner Ryan, I just want to reiterate something Commissioner Hardesty just said, that the business before us today is not about whether or not the funding should or should not be pulled. That is an executive decision. It's under the purview of the commissioner in charge. She's made that decision. So that is now in the rearview mirror. The question before us is about the staffing and the support for the neighborhood associations that would be existing and the alternative delivery of the services. So I want to be clear, both for us as well as for those who would be testifying later, this is not about the decision to withhold funding. That decision has been made, and it's been made appropriately under the auspices of the commissioner in charge. Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor Wheeler, and thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. When I spoke to this back at the end of 2020, I was interested in how we're going to move forward, and your comments about the work session, are very, very important, and I look forward to being engaged with you on that. So my question that I wanted to do some more follow-up on really is about providing services for those neighborhood associations in Southwest Portland, because we know from reading this being brought along over the last few months that Sweeney has laid off staff, and so with that, I just assume they haven't been receiving the services that they need. And so I think I just want to hear a little bit more about the game plan in the short term, the continuation of services for the Southwest neighborhoods between now, I would say, and when the 2 staff are hired, if this ordinance passes. I just want to hear what we're doing today for those good neighbors in the Southwest neighborhood area.
So today they have one point of contact in the Office of Civic and Community Life, and that's Andrea Miranda. And so, no, I'm sorry, Kristen, did that change? Kristen, okay.
Andrea Williams.
I'm being corrected. I'm sorry, who?
Andrea Williams.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Angela Williams is the point of contact for Southwest neighbors who need assistance today. The process really not up to me. Not up to me. So did that answer your question, Commissioner Ryan? about what happens. And so first, the insurance can happen immediately after the vote today. We can start that process. We will also immediately go to Human Resources and start the process of hiring the 2 staff that will be working directly with the Southwest neighborhood.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the honesty and the clarity, Commissioner Hardesty. It does appear at this moment where there's a lag of services, and that's all. So,
yes, no question.
All right, good. And colleagues, I just want to put a note out that we have at least 7 people signed up for public testimony. So if you'd like to take a break before our marathon afternoon session, we should keep that in mind. Great. Any public testimony, Keelan? How many people do we have, first of all?
It looks like we have 7 people signed up to testify.
All right, very good.
First up, we have Richard Freimark.
Welcome.
Richard, you are on mute if you're trying to talk.
Okay.
There you are.
So the first thing I'd like to do is thank everybody for allowing this. And I'm going to present a screen share of my testimony that's already been submitted. I'm going to start. Hopefully that's going to work. There we go. There. Can everybody see that?
Yep, looks good.
Okay. So now I just gotta get my mouse back over here. All right, so I'll start my clock. Great. Okay. So I respectfully ask the presiding officer to allow Leslie Hammond to finish the second half of this presentation under her time. She's the next person in line for testimony.
As long as you keep it under 3 minutes each, please.
We will. Thank you. This email went to City Council on February 24th. It contains misinformation. Let's set the facts straight. Since July 9th, 2019, the council members of the executive director in charge of civic life failed to meet with Sweeney leadership or the executive director to discuss the department's alleged concerns of abuse, fiduciary responsibilities, or financial controls. Civic Life has worked against neighborhoods and civic life standards for the past 36 months. Let's sit down and have a civil discussion instead of a Zoom war. 2 months ago, Sweeney provided City Council a 10-point improvement plan. Sweeney has not received any feedback from Civic Life, and the plan was summarily dismissed in this email, and the council member never spoke with us regarding the audit as part of her due diligence. Let's discuss the plan's merits and implementation strategy in a cooperative, non-combative manner. Let's allow Sweeney due diligence process, which we never had. Let Sweeney publicly defend itself against the false and misleading findings in the 2020 audit and allow Sweeney to show sound financial practices that have been in place since 2011. Major account transfers were approved by both Sweeney and Sweeney's Civic Life contract manager. All theft was prior to 2011. The 2000 theft was the primary focus of the 2020 audit report in all 200 pages, which I read and hopefully everybody else has read as well. This was a misdirection away from current Sweeney operations. It's old news. The theft was completely adjudicated in 2011. Sweeney initiated new accounting practices with ONI's approval in 2011, and the new policies have been in place for 10 years. And if you read the audit report from 2020, the report did not find any abuse, fraud, or embezzlement at Sweeney since 2011. Delay of reporting was one of the things that the council member brought up. It's not true. This is a misdirection and it applies a cover-up. Under the old accounting system, no one could easily approve where the funds were stolen prior to 2010. The theft caused Sweeney to immediately establish new financial practices in 2011. Sweeney also opened the Umpqua bank accounts shortly afterwards. The auditors ignored the fact that the bank transfers occurred in response to the theft, and the process was consistent with GAGP. Now, I would like to hand the next portion over to Leslie Hammond to finish under her time allotment.
Very good. And Keelan, can you call Leslie just for the record before she jumps in?
Yes, Leslie
Oh, and
Hammond.
I'm changing her slides.
Thank you.
I'm going to change her slides.
Okay, thank you. You're good to go.
Okay, can you hear me,
Yep,
Council?
loud and clear.
All right. The decision you are talking about making, or that you said that Commissioner Hardesty has made, was based on the audit report. And so we, who were advised by two different commissioners not to discuss it, are being forced to defend it because it's the basis for Commissioner Hardesty's decision. So we are going to defend, because what's happened is this process has damaged and ruined our reputation. And yet I know for a fact, we had a CPA on our board for 2 years before the last year who went through all of our financials, and they were in good shape. And we've had a retired auditor look at our last 2 years of financials, and they're in good shape. So the basis for the decision is based on faulty information. There was an allegation that we applied for PPP funds, which was inappropriate. But if you remember last spring, the city sent out 2 memos saying that they weren't sure what money would be available for coalitions and other community-based groups. So we applied for PPP funding, not knowing whether it would be a supplement or the total sum of money we might have available to us in fiscal 2021. Can you change to the next slide, please? Commissioner Hardesty is not to blame that she's based her decision on this information that came from her bureau. It was faulty, and council members have to trust their department management and staff to give them accurate information. This has not been done in this case, and there is a clear violation of how this has been handled by Civic Life's own practices and standards. So this is an injustice to the organization who has served this city for 40 years. I've only been fortunate enough to work with these wonderful people for the last 4. What I would like to say, if you go to the last slide, is we're asking that you as commissioners not approve this agenda item as it's written, that you continue to let the people in Southwest Portland serve their neighborhoods and their businesses through Sweeney, that we keep our neighborhood office, which is very important, in the neighborhood and not have it sent down to city council. We got all of our volunteers. We save you hundreds of emails and phone calls because we can answer so many questions in our own neighborhoods. We ask that we can manage and hire our own people as opposed to having them city people, which creates a chilling effect on citizen involvement. The other thing is, if you have any further concerns about fiscal management, if you would send a person once a month to a 1-hour meeting, you can see exactly how city money has been spent and how it will be spent. It's not a mystery. Lastly, with our 10-point program, we focused on what we think the city says are the most important values, which is climate justice, equity, racial justice, transparency, communication, and collaboration with our stakeholders, who are the neighborhoods and business associations, including the Office of Civic Life. You need to give Sweeney a right to publicly explain its financial records and to debunk the 2020 forensic audit, which is biased, flawed, and not based in large cases on facts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it. Next, Keelan.
Next up, we have Steve Mullenix.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, or good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Steve Mullenix. I'm First Vice President of Sweeney. The 17 neighborhoods and 80,000 people of Southwest Portland have been served for the last 40 years by Southwest Neighborhoods Incorporated. They rely on Sweeney for professionally provided services, including web hosting, monthly Southwest news, support for community events, meeting space, insurance coverage, just to name a few examples. Standing committees engage residents in dialogue with city bureaus about issues of shared interest. Neighborhood associations and over 150 citizens have written to council supporting Sweeney based on these required services. Since July of last year, the city of Portland has provided no funds to Sweeney. We have continued to provide some services, though constrained by dwindling resources. This required ultimately laying off our entire staff with the exception of a part-time bookkeeper. During this period, the burden of providing services has increasingly fallen on volunteers as our staffing was reduced. This volunteer effort continues. Dozens of volunteers, and this partly helps Commissioner Ryan to see how these services are currently being provided. Dozens of volunteers do our best to provide services. Marianne Fitzgerald, in her written testimony, reinforced the importance of Sweeney's continuing business benefits to Southwest Portland, writing, "These services are critical to ensure citizen participation in matters affecting the present and future livability of our neighborhood, maintain communications between people and government agencies, and provide opportunities for public dialogue on issues, improve the quality of life in Southwest Portland." I ask that you consider the points that Richard and Leslie just proposed of a neighborhood office in Southwest Portland and other related points. The engaged residents, including all of these volunteers and many others, of Southwest Portland neighborhoods can and should be the boots on the ground advocating and acting for our quality of life here. Thank you. And I ask that you not approve item 135.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Janet Hawkins.
Welcome, Janet.
Hello, hopefully I'm unmuted here. Hello,
Yep.
Mayor Wheeler and council members, thank you. My name is Janet Hawkins. I'm board secretary for the Southwest Neighborhoods, Inc., Sweeney. I wish to express my reservations about any neighborhood support program to be administered by the Office of Civic Life. I oppose item 135 and ask that you delay a decision until the management audit of Civic Life is completed. Starting off, I wish to answer Commissioner Ryan's questions about Sweeney staffing. Sweeney had 2 full-time FTE and 5 part-time FTE that offered incredible services to the residents of Southwest Portland. I think Steve has enumerated them in talking about the newspaper, website support, and individual support for neighborhood initiatives. As Steve mentioned, we now only have a very part-time bookkeeper. And I want to add, Sweeney has had and has hundreds of volunteers. Item 135 proposes to cap a year of what has been contentious communications and unsound administrative decisions by the Office of Civic Life. Throughout last summer and fall, we had hoped that the Office of Civic Life would conduct the audit of Sweeney in a fair and impartial manner. That at the conclusion of the audit, Sweeney would have been provided with an opportunity to publicly address the audit's findings and work with the city to implement any identified corrective actions. Unfortunately, this did not happen. Civic Life is plagued by administrative mismanagement and employee mistreatment. Does Civic Life have the capacity and the management environment to provide staffing to Southwest Portland and other neighborhoods in Portland? It's questionable. Last August, Willamette Reek documented numerous employee complaints about Civic Life's management team. The city's auditor's office stated in a memo to Civic Life employees, the volume and nature of complaints our office received was unprecedented. The article described employee complaints ranging from unethical contracting practices to bullying, harassing, and retaliatory behaviors. This damaging behavior is consistent with the treatment that Sweeney's staff and volunteers received from the Office of Civic Life's management team during the past year. My understanding is that the management audit of the Office of Civic Life will soon be made public, and I encourage you to address its findings before implementing any actions that are recommended by this office. I respectfully ask the mayor and council to table item 135 until the Office of Civic Life audit is complete and its findings are made public. Thank you.
Next up, we have Marianne Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Janet. Welcome, Marianne.
Hello, I hope I'm unmuted.
Yep.
So I served on the Sweeney board from 2008 to 2014, which was the early part of the audit. And I currently serve as vice president of Crestwood neighborhood, one of the neighborhoods directly affected by this ordinance. I disagree with the findings in the ordinance, the forensic audit, and the impact statements. That the findings say that they're based on facts is just not true. And I pointed out some of the misrepresentations and obfuscations in my written testimony in my emails. I did a chain of emails today. Sweeney and the people of Portland have not had an opportunity to respond to the audit, nor an opportunity to collaboratively discuss ways to move forward from this false narrative. Commissioner Hardesty said that she met with the Sweeney board on January 17th. Crestwood Neighborhood Association was not invited to that meeting. And when she met with the Sweeney board on January 27th, she said that she was not going to discuss finances. So I'm just, I can express some frustration about the closed door process behind a lot of these decisions. I strongly disagree with Commissioner Hardesty's proposal for the city to take over the coalition duties for neighborhoods like mine in Southwest Portland and provide funding for insurance, I presume through a different nonprofit than Sweeney. I recommend you amend the ordinance and reinstate funding to Sweeney to serve the people of Southwest Portland. So it would take more than 3 minutes to refute the unsubstantiated allegations in the audit. So I gave some examples in my written testimony, particularly because they obfuscated practices prior to 2011 when Sweeney adopted strong financial policies in place. Marcia Minnick's claim of specific financial losses in finding number 3 are not documented and cannot be replicated based on information in the audit. Marcia Minnick chose to inflate its findings using innuendo rather than testing the actual financial policies in place today. The audit mischaracterizes Sweeney's commitment to equity and inclusion by failing to reference Sweeney board meeting minutes and grant reports to Civic Life. Instead, the audit uses the false narrative compiled by disaffected and terminated board members in those board members' July 7th, 2020 testimony with the intent to discredit Sweeney. I'm asking you to amend the ordinance and direct Civic Life to work more collaboratively with Sweeney on resolving issues in the future. My written testimony details some of the needs that we have in our neighborhood associations that would encourage and citizen participation in matters affecting our livability. I fear the outcome of this ordinance will be a loss of the volunteer energy that is needed to deal with the many issues that we face as a community. Please consider amendments or vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne.
Next up, we have Claire Coleman Evans.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, hi, sorry. I'm in the middle of moving right now, meeting in the car. So, because it went too long. I just wanted to let you know that I'm opposing dissolution of Sweeney's Neighborhood Coalition and also the redirecting of the funds. And I also oppose the ordinance because I feel it's deeply flawed and hasn't followed ONI standards. ONI standards 4E4, it has a process for change in organizational affiliation of neighborhood associations and district coalitions. Change in organizational affiliations for neighborhood associations and district coalitions is a major issue which entails considerable time, communication, and dollars. Such action must be undertaken lightly, nor as a result of monetary problems or personality disputes. Such an action will require extensive coordination with communication between multiple neighborhood associations and district coalitions. In addition, such action may result in disbanding of an existing legal nonprofit coordination and or forming a new one. Many things will be affected and will have to be addressed, including but not limited to physical, corporate, fiduciary consideration, consequential matters such as changing maps, brochures, etc. Civic Life should follow its standards and have a thoughtful process and be inclusive and not just talking to certain people. Instead, instead we were notified in a board meeting that Civic Life would no longer recognize Sweeney. When asked what next steps would be going forward, we were told to call Andrea Williams, which I did the next day. I told her she would need to get back to me with my questions because we had the meeting that was today. I never did receive a call back. My concern, I think that needed further investigation needs to be done with an audit, and that was done by the Marsh audit. The audit I feel is flawed, and I would like to respectfully request that the city auditor do an audit of the Marsh audit, and then also allow Sweeney the time to present its financial information and work together in a collaborative fashion. Everyone needs to have the same respect and time to find out what these findings are. Civic Life is currently being received by the city auditor for procedural failures, and the City of Portland HR department has continued to receive complaints about management style within Civic Life. Don't add 2 full-time positions to a department that is currently under review. The city adopted standards for NAs, District Coalition, business associations, and the Office of Civic Life in Civic Code 3.96 regulates district coalitions. There's been far too many attacks from Civic Life towards neighborhood associations and now district coalitions, including the 3.96 change process, has created a hostile environment. Civic Life has standards and hasn't been following them. Instead, it's been authoritative, bullying, instead of collaborative in nature. I would like to see changes in this process. I've been with the neighborhood association since 2005. Before, whenever I called ONI and asked for any questions or concerns, they were always very helpful. Since the last 2 to 3 years, it's been a hostile environment. It has not been helpful, and I'm sorry, I do not believe that Hardesty has neighborhood associations' interest in mind. When she says she's done her due diligence, I wasn't talked to once. There's a lot of people that haven't been talked to, yet she claims that she has talked to us. She's dotting her I's, crossing her T's, and just making it as legal as possible. But she has not done her due diligence, because if she did, she would have given Sweeney a chance to rectify it instead of just dissolving it. That's all.
Thank you for your perspective.
Next up, we have Christopher Brown.
And Keelan, how many more folks do we have signed up after Christopher?
2 more.
Thank you.
Christopher, are you able to unmute?
Am I on there now?
Yep, we hear you.
Oh, okay. My name is Chris Brown. I live in the Cully neighborhood. And I reached out to the Southwest neighborhood community because they were involved against pushing back of the RIP stuff, the residential infill project. And I got to know them really pretty well. And I believe that they're representing their community in a very good and unbiased way. The issues that were in this report seem to have happened 10 years ago and were handled back then. If there are any new issues that are not 10 years old, then those issues need to be spelled out, and the community group needs to be helped to get in line and not just replaced with a group of people who toe the company line. I kind of see this as an attack on independent neighborhood groups by the Office of Civic Life. I think that Sweeney is backing the community members' interests over what certain forces within the city see as the future. And I think that's really the issue here. So please work with Sweeney and do not get rid of them, because we need some more balance than what we want with our slash and burn politics that a lot is going on at this time. So I would recommend that we back Sweeney and help them. And that's all I have. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate your perspective and being here.
Next up, we have Maria Timai.
Hi, Maria.
Hi, Mayor Wheeler, commissioners. Thank you. I'm Maria Timai with the Multnomah Neighborhood Association, and I'm here to ask that you table this ordinance. Commissioner Hardesty has an open house scheduled for March 9th. That is an ideal time for her to hear from the community. This ordinance will not have any more public testimony, which means the neighborhood associations will not be allowed to have any conversation with its residents before the decision is made. We believe that this ordinance should be tabled so that neighborhood associations and its community residents can have time to have a conversation about this. And especially with Commissioner Hardesty's open house coming up, it's a perfect time to get more information about this issue as well as other issues that the neighborhood has. Furthermore, we would like to have this tabled until the Office of Civic Life's audit is complete. It seems to coincide with having an audit and having us, Sweeney, move to an entity that's already being audited for issues that Sweeney has been accused of. So it seems a conflict of interest. We'd also like these proposed 2 jobs, a detailed job description. I mean, you're asking these 2 people to do the job of 6 people, including the newspaper, including answering calls. That's a big load for 2 people with a multitude of skills. And so we would like to see that job descriptions be created for, if it is going to be 2 people, and ideally it would be 4 like the other coalitions that have staff of 4 people. But foremost, we'd like to ask that this ordinance be tabled until there can be a broader discussion by the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And Maria, just to let you know, this is a first reading, so we won't be taking a vote today.
But you...
We won't be voting today. Next individual, please, Keelan.
The last individual is Joyce Del Rosario.
Welcome, Joyce. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for allowing me to share. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Southwest Portland is richly diverse, and we invest in our relationships and leverage the intrinsic value of working together. Families of all types and sizes gather here, find community, and enrich each other's lives. We need the support of a neighborhood coalition like Sweeney to carry out the business of day-to-day life. Many grassroots organizations take advantage of Sweeney's community calendaring tool to market locally driven projects, such as setting up outdoor work parties or holding discussions that serve the public interest. All 17 neighborhood associations submit articles of local interest to the Sweeney Monthly newsletter, and the publication is made available free of charge in many languages, both online and used to be in print. When times of need show up, residents have searched the website Sweeney maintains or reached out to a staff member to find quality referrals. Technical assistance is a mission critical for local leaders and bands of stakeholders, but let us not minimize the profound benefit of individuals gaining an added perspective and displaying a broader concern for all of humanity. When we choose to open our ears and actively listen at a neighborhood meeting, we had our hearts opened as well. With minimal staff and mostly volunteers, Sweeney moves mountains and makes those meetings happen. They are the catalyst for challenging conversations. As a result, elected officials, community-based advocates, and subject matter experts have the privilege of hearing directly from the people they hope to serve. After more than 40 years of community collaboration, Southwest Portland residents recognize that Sweeney continues to provide support when questions about livability or land use or safety arise. We notice that our neighborhood associations prioritize people above property values, and we actively connect as a coalition of neighbors to do the best we can with what we have to uphold the values of people who feel love and attachment to this beautiful region. The ranks of this coalition of neighbors include some of Portland's most passionate volunteers, sharing their unique talents and precious time. We are being the change we want to see in this world and learning as we go. Because we embrace diversity, we face conflict. However, we choose to press in, not give in. Our community has invested blood, sweat, and tears to create a cooperative, not competitive environment. And in this space, we encourage each other to set aside selfish ambition and deliberately include opposing views in the decision-making process of our meetings. And in that bold spirit, we use every tool collected to reach a neighbor in need and leave this place better than we found it. Our resilience as a community, as Sweeney, is worth the effort, the hassle, and the cost. We need your words of encouragement. We are the faces of Sweeney, asking for your help.
Thank you, Joyce. Appreciate it. Colleagues, any further questions before I move this?
Mayor, I would very much like to respond to some of the
Commissioner
testimony.
Hardesty.
Thank you. Let me start off by saying that the audit that was conducted, the forensic audit scope period were fiscal years 2011, 2012 through 2019, 2020. And was expanded to include the second quarter of fiscal year 2010 and 2011. And so I want to just make sure my colleagues understand this is not a one-off. This was a very thorough, detailed financial audit of this particular organization. I also want to be really clear. Sweeney is a community nonprofit 501c3 organization. My role as the commissioner in charge of civic and community life was to go in and review both the audit, but also the additional information that the audit actually highlighted. And you see some of that in your documentation. The city of Portland has a strong core value about treating people with respect and dignity. And the audit found that bullying and intimidation was a continuous effort with this particular board. I in no way rushed this decision. I want you to know. I came in and I inherited a question around whether or not we would continue to fund Sweeney. I made no rash decisions, and I looked at a plethora of information. We also tried to identify a community nonprofit organization that would take on the work that Sweeney had been doing, in many cases very effectively. However, there was no organization, nonprofit in Southwest that wanted to touch this with a 10-foot pole. And they said that they did not want to, in fact, inherit what is now Sweeney. This is a decision based on good financial practices and good management. And I encourage you colleagues to support this with your vote next week. If there are any additional questions based on the testimony you heard today, I'm happy to take them now, or please reach out to me between now and next week when the final vote happens.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. Are there any further questions at this particular juncture? Seeing none, thank you all. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the presentation. This is a first reading of the non-emergency ordinance. It moves to second reading and we are adjourned. Colleagues, I would propose, given that we would be re-adjourning in about 20 something minutes, that we extend our break to 2:15 p.m. and we'll start at 2:15 because I frankly have a number of calls I have to make prior to the afternoon session. So we will reconvene this afternoon at 2:15 p.m. We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.